Chapter 742. After executing their trump cards, the two appeared extremely fatigued. Their quintessence was drained, and they placed all their hopes on these two moves. Situ-Lei panted slightly as he muttered, "It's time to end this." Even the strongest half-sage would not be able to escape unscathed from a medial grade, heaven-ranked martial technique that exhausted all our quintessence. No matter what, this brat was just a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how demonic he would not be able to escape death after two half-sages cut off all means of retreat. Lu Qin had the same thought in his heart. His gaze was urgent, anxious to know how badly Xiaoqian would end up when he was swallowed up. Bang! Suddenly, a bright golden light shot out from the sea of fire. The two who had lost the protection of their quintessence felt a stinging pain in their eyes like needles. A loud explosion resounded in the boundless sea of fire. The horrifying shock wave formed thick clouds that soared into the sky. A deep, spiral-shaped pit a kilometer wide appeared in the ground. When all the dust and debris soared into the sky, Situ-Lei and Lu Qin finally saw the situation inside. The white-robed Xiaoqian had his hair fluttering in the wind. His delicate face was in high spirits. He did not look injured at all. A strange flame diagram hovered in the air in front of Xiaoqian. It flickered with golden light and materialized everything in the world, including the entire world. That's impossible. Unexpectedly, he is not injured at all. What kind of strange martial technique is that? Unexpectedly, he blocked the full-powered heaven-ranked martial techniques of two half-sages. Situ-Lei and Lu Qin goggled. It was like they saw the most inconceivable thing in the world, something that surpassed their understanding. Xiaoqian's gaze turned cold. He did not give the two much time to react as he gently waved his right hand. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram shot forward. The 8 trigrams of 4 divisions and the world all entered it, 1 yin and 1 yang. The two flames chased each other, making the golden light of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram even more dazzling. It looked like the sun, eternal and inextinguishable. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. Lu Qin and Situ-Lei, who did not have any quintessence left, could not resist at all. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram knocked them into the air one after another. His body was like a kite with a broken string swaying in the air. Xiaoqian's face sank, and he pushed down with a flip of his hand. Pooh! As dust flew up, 2 half-sages, who were once famous, were crushed into meat paste by Xiaoqian. With a thought, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, stuck to the ground, slowly disappeared. Finally, it turned into 2 beams of light, one white and one purple, returning to Xiaoqian's eyes. Xiaoqian closed his eyes and staggered, almost falling down. After the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram reached great perfection, this was the first time Xiaoqian used it in actual combat. Due to his lack of experience, he had exhausted too much mental energy. If he could control it well, he could completely reduce the power and not waste his mental energy. 5,000 meters away, the Situ and 2 clans' cultivators had already arrived. However, the battle between Xiaoqian and the 2 half-sages had already reached its climax. They could not interfere at all. Originally, everyone thought that Xiaoqian would die for sure. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Unexpectedly, a superior grade martial monarch managed to kill 2 half-sages. Furthermore, he did it in such a tyrannical manner, crushing them into meat paste. When the cultivators saw Xiaoqian resting with his eyes closed, they were horrified. They did not dare to advance at all. After a long time, Xiaoqian opened his eyes and gently drifted over. Soon, he arrived before the 2 corpses that no longer resembled human corpses. When Xiaoqian thought back to his encounters in the past few days, he realized that he had fought a battle of wits and courage with these 2 strong old foxes. He had been in danger of death several times. By relying on his solid foundation and extraordinary calmness and decisiveness, Xiao Qin had the last laugh in the end. Not only had Xiao Chen obtained the rare 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit and advanced to superior grade martial monarch, but he had also killed 2 half-sages. After taking the 2 spatial rings, Xiao Qin no longer lingered here and headed for the exit of the forest. As the cultivators of the 2 clans watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, they stared at him. However, none of them had any intention of following him. After the matter was over, Xiao Chen left, hiding his scholarly achievements. He carried his pride and went on his way alone. 3 days later, the news of a white-robed bladesman killing Situ Lei and Lu Qin, the 2 tyrants of Azure Peak City, spread like wildfire to every corner of the city. These 2 clans dominated Azure Peak City for a long time. Situ Lei and Lu Chen were peak experts who had already shaken the entire city decades ago. In this small green summit city, the 2 of them were godlike existences. When people suddenly heard that these 2 people died at the hands of a young, white-robed bladesman, no one believed it. They thought it was just a joke. However, as the cultivators of the 2 clans spread more news, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it was verified. Everyone in the city was shocked. Several old people sighed. The new generation replaced the old. To think that Situ Lei and Lu Qin died just like that, making someone else famous for nothing. As for Xiao Chen's identity, all sorts of rumors spread. Some of them were so exaggerated that people found it funny. The largest restaurant of Azure Peak City was bustling with people. Business was booming. There was not a single empty table in sight. Do you know that the identity of the white-robed bladesman has already been revealed? It is the famous Bai Wushue's challenge. What's going on? Could this white-robed bladesman be the person that Bai Wushue officially acknowledged? That should be the case. The cultivators of the 2 clans have already compared the portraits. They look at least 70% similar. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen and wear white robes. How could there be such a coincidence? If it is this person, then Situ Lei and Lu Chen's deaths are not unjust. After all, even one of the 7 giants, Bai Wushue, officially acknowledged this person. The most discussed topic in the hall was none other than the white-robed bladesman. The place was extraordinarily bustling. Xiao Chen, who was wearing a black cloak, sat at a table by the window on the 2nd floor. He appeared very calm about all this, not showing any complacency. He had only killed 2 half-sages who were as strong as Gumu. Any one of the 7 giants would have been able to do so. Furthermore, they would have done so much more easily than Xiao Qin. After putting down his wine cup, Xiao Qin focused all his attention on a round, purple crystal coin. The purple crystal coin felt very textured in his hand. There were 3 mountains hidden in the clouds on the back and a figure of a person on the front. In total, Xiao Qin had obtained 10 million superior grade spirit stones from Situ Lei's and Lu Chen's spatial rings. This was much lower than Xiao Qin had expected. The 2 of them had their own clans and were not loose cultivators. Despite being half-sages, they only had slightly more than 5 million superior grade spirit stones. This was completely incomprehensible. Aside from spirit stones, Xiao Chen's greatest harvest was the purple crystal coin before him. There were about 100,000 of them. The purple crystal coin should have been made from some mysterious ore. It was very valuable. As for what exactly it was, even after studying it for a few days, Xiao Qin could not figure it out. In the noisy restaurant, Xiao Chen held the purple crystal coin and finally asked Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, "What is this crystal coin?" Ao Jiao, do you know? Ao Jiao was currently taking care of the most valuable lunar cassia tree in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Under her care, the white lunar cassia tree had already doubled in height from its initial 10-meter-tall sapling. The tree trunk had also become thicker. Xiao Chen had to wrap his hands around it before he could barely wrap his arms around it. The branches and leaves were lush, glistening with spiritual light. It looked very beautiful. Ao Jiao stopped what she was doing and narrowed her eyes. Then she smiled craftily and said, "Naturally, I know. However, you have to throw in some more spirit stones. Right now, the spirit trees in the Garden are growing too slowly with just the rank one spirit vein's origin." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. Honestly speaking, he had not paid much attention to the spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. In reality, an ordinary tree would take 10 or 20 years to grow. What more a spirit tree? It would take hundreds or even thousands of years to grow. However, Ao Jiao worked tirelessly. She kept saying that it would be very useful to Xiao Chen in the future. The earlier he managed the Immortal Spirit Ring, the better his advantage would be when he met Emperor Wu, who was of the same generation. Xiao Chen spent most of his superior grade spirit stones on it. This time he had just obtained 10 million superior grade spirit stones. However, Ao Jiao immediately asked for 3 million. This made Xiao Chen's heart ache. After that, no matter how much she asked, Xiao Chen ignored her. Now that he heard Ao Jiao mention this matter again, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He could only agree to throw in another 2 million superior grade spirit stones. Only then did Ao Jiao smile in satisfaction. She said, "This is an astral coin. It is widely circulated among the high-ranked cultivators of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. Normally, Emperor Wu would use astral coins to exchange for treasures." Xiao Chen held the purple crystal coin and asked doubtfully, "Astral coin? Doesn't that overlap with spirit stones?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "How can it overlap? Even in the human races, Tianwu domain, it would not overlap. I already said that this is the currency used among high-ranked cultivators. Martial sages and the various peak auctions all use astral coins as their currency. The most important thing is that spirit stones are most useful to human cultivators. They are not very useful to the other races. For example, the deity race mainly cultivates mental energy. The cultivation resource they require is demonic soul stones. The fiend race cultivates fiendish energy. The efficiency of converting spirit stones into fiendish energy is far inferior to that of blood soul stones. Only astral coins are made from the astral crystal mines of the Milky Way. They are essential for forging spirit weapons and secret treasures. They are a scarce resource among the various races. It is most suitable to use them as the currency used to communicate with the 5 major domains." After this explanation, Xiao Chen finally understood the value of astral coins. Due to the different body structures of the major races, the astral coins were extremely rare. Although they all cultivated the martial Tao, the cultivation resources they required were different. Spirit stones, which could be used widely in the Tianwu domain, would be hard to find in the fiend domain or the deity race. At this moment, they urgently needed a common resource that could be traded between the various races. Hanluo province was at the border of the Tianwu domain, bordering the fiend domain. Bushin Palace's control over it was very weak. The number of fiend race and human cultivators in the province was roughly equal. Chapter 743. Finding astral coins on Situ Lei and Luchin was easy to explain. The 2 clan heads definitely had dealings with fiend race cultivators. Xiao Chen wondered how much 100,000 astral coins were worth. Xiao Chen thought for a while before asking, "How many spirit stones can 1 astral coin be exchanged for?" Ao Jiao thought for a while before replying, 2,000 years ago, during the Thunder King's time, 1 astral coin was worth 1,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, it was not fixed. For example, if you used astral coins to exchange for spirit stones in the human race, it would definitely not be as much as in the fiend domain. There should not be too many changes now. It should be around 1,000 superior grade spirit stones to 2,000. When Xiao Chen heard this, His heart could not help thumping heavily. Based on this exchange rate, 100,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 100 million superior-grade spirit stones. How could the two clans accumulate only 10 million superior-grade spirit stones after hundreds of years? This was impossible. Now that the two clans were fully stocked up, Xiaoqin was in a good mood. He revealed a smile and tossed an astral coin on the table. Then he said loudly, "Waiter, the bill." However, Ao Jiao laughed to herself. While 100,000 astral coins might seem like a lot, it would be nearly used up to purchase one or two high-ranked, superior-grade secret treasures. The consumption of resources between high-ranked cultivators was far beyond what Xiaoqin could imagine. When the waiter heard that the bill was being paid, he rushed over quickly. However, when he looked around, he discovered that the people on the table were long gone. Just as the waiter was about to curse out loud, he suddenly noticed the purple astral coin on the table. His eyes immediately lit up. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully before laughing joyfully. Astral coin. It really is an astral coin. I have not seen such a forthright cultivator in a long time. Hanluo province bordered the Fiend domain. Astral coins were not rare in Hanluo province. Hence, the waiter recognized this astral coin with one glance. Knowing the value of astral coins, the waiter nearly jumped up in joy. Outside the city gates, Xiao Chun removed his black cloak and took one last look at Azure Peak City before continuing on his way. After spending more than a month in the savage beast forest, he had completely recovered in the past 3 days. Xiao Chen's destination did not change. It was still the Devil region, the forbidden land where the Thunder King had comprehended his will. At this moment, everyone in the Lu residence in Green Summit City was listless. Lu Chun was dead, and the clan had lost a half-sage. Everyone could predict what would happen to the Lu clan in Green Peak City in the future. It would be difficult for them to continue their glory. If it weren't for his prestige, his enemies would have come to kill him long ago, but his peaceful days wouldn't last long. Unless Lu Enz, the successor to the family head, was willing to cut off more than half of the family business. Young Master Lu, what do you think? As long as you say that you will leave the eternal Heavenly Sword School, our magnificent fiend hall will immediately help you deal with that brat. In the brightly lit main hall of the Lu family, a burly man in a yellow robe with a rough appearance and an ominous glint in his eyes said to the indecisive Lu Enz. Although Green Peak City was a small city, its proximity to the savage beast forest was excellent. It had always been one of the strongholds that the major factions of Hanluo province fought over. On the surface, it was in the hands of the Situ clan and the Lu clan. However, everyone in the know knew that the two clans were backed by the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School was the reason for the conflict between the two clans. They did not want one of the clans to grow too strong. In reality, if one thought about it carefully, one could understand. Given Situ Lei and Lu Chen's half-sage cultivation, without a strong backer, any martial sage would be able to subdue this place. However, such a situation did not happen. Clearly, everyone knew that touching these two clans was equivalent to offending the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Things would not end well for them. The yellow-robed man appeared very confident. He smiled and said, "I believe you have already reported the situation here to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. However, they will not offend the Haotian sect for the sake of two small clans. They are even more afraid of the human race's Bushin Palace taking revenge on them if they kill this genius. However, we fiend race cultivators do not have so many scruples. If we kill him, so be it. As long as we do not break the tacit understanding between us, it will be fine." Lu En's expression slowly relaxed. He had indeed reported the situation to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The other party's reaction was exactly as the yellow-robed man said. They only placated Lu En's and said that they would send experts to take over the Lu clan temporarily. Then they would take Lu En's in as a true inheritor. After Lu En's finished his studies, He would take revenge for his father's death. They had not mentioned taking the initiative to attack that brat. However, Lu En still hesitated. After all, as a human, he could not accept the fact that he was a fiend race faction. However, when Lu En's recalled the scene of his father, Lu Qin, being smashed into a meat patty by Xiao Qin, boundless hatred surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Very well, I promise you. As long as your magnificent fiend hall can kill that brat, I will help you gain complete control of Green Peak City. The yellow-robed man stood up and laughed loudly. He said, How delightful! In less than a month, that brat's head will appear before you. Hanluo Province was located at the border of the Fiend Domain and the Tianwu Domain. The humans and the fiend races had already infiltrated each other, forming a special, chaotic land. Be it the Tianwu Domain's Bushin Palace or the Fiend Domain's Heavenly Fiend Palace, they could not manage this place well. As time passed, they abandoned this place. This made it a completely lawless zone, and the chaos intensified even more. There were 6 major factions in Hanluo Province: the human race's eternal Heavenly Sword School, Bone Tomb Sect and Blood Shadow Sect, and the fiend race's Magnificent Fiend Hall, Heavenly Tiger Sect, and Soaring Serpent Mansion. These 6 major factions were all rank 8 sects with strong peak martial sages holding down the fort. In terms of accumulations, they were much weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. However, among the rank 8 sects, any one of these 6 major factions would rank at the peak in any domain of the Kunlun realm. This was just one province, and there were 6 peak rank 8 sections. The chaos and conflict there was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the Bushin Palace and the Heavenly Fiend Palace made this place seem weak. Several loose cultivators who committed great crimes in the Tianwu Domain and the Fiend Domain did not want to flee to the distant Primal Chaos Domain. If they didn't want to run to the remote Primal Chaos Domain, they would hide here to avoid being hunted down. Here, be it the famous bandits of the Tianwu Domain's evil cultivator ranking or the great evil fiends of the Fiend Domain, they could be found everywhere. On a mountain peak outside Azure Peak City, strong winds blew away white clouds, causing them to drift about. That yellow-robed man from the Magnificent Fiend Hall stood at the summit, looking calmly into the distance. Whoosh! 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 A nimble figure leaped up from the foot of the mountain like a monkey, continuously climbing up. With a single kick, he would leap 500 meters. This person's kick was clearly very strong. However, when he landed, he was as light as a feather. None of the rocks on the mountain peak tumbled down. This person climbed the 5,000-meter-tall slope in a few breaths of time before landing on a huge rock at the summit. This person also wore yellow robes. However, his clothes were messy, and he did not care about his appearance. His long hair was a mess, as if he had not combed it for a long time. With one glance, the word sloppy would immediately appear in one's mind. Only his eyes were spirited, bright and clear. These eyes were like luminous pearls that had suddenly popped out of a pile of trash. They were very dazzling, making everyone forget about the pile of trash and only remember this pair of luminous pearl-like eyes. The sloppy youth half-squatted on the huge rock, not bothering with his image at all. He stuck his finger into his ear and said breathlessly, "First uncle, why are you looking for me so urgently? I did not come to Hanluo Province to sightsee." The yellow-robed man turned around and said with a smile, "Feng, I called you over this time to help our magnificent fiend hall with something. As you know, Azure Peak City is the city closest to the Tianwu Domain in Hanluo Province. The magnificent fiend hall has long been interested in this city." The sloppy youth with the single word "Feng" removed his finger from his ear and casually flicked it a few times. He said lazily, "What does it have to do with me? You joined the magnificent fiend hall and no longer have anything to do with our giant ape race." The yellow-robed man felt somewhat frustrated in his heart. He said, "Little brat, you have already grown up and your wings have hardened. Now that you have the title of Little Heavenly Monkey. Have you forgotten how I raised you?" Feng's lips twitched as he stood up from the huge rock. He said, helplessly, "Very well. Tell me what you have to say. If it does not interfere with my matters, I can do it in passing." The yellow-robed man smiled and said, "Help me kill someone. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, you might not need to do anything." Feng's bright eyes stared the yellow-robed man and said, "Kill someone? Given your cultivation as an inferior grade martial sage, you still need me to help you kill someone?" The yellow-robed man said softly, "Sometimes there are some tacit understandings that cannot be broken. With my status, if I were to kill a junior genius, Bushin Palace will definitely find trouble with me. The Fiend Domain's Skyfiend Palace will also find trouble with me." The situation was easy to understand. The major races were hostile to each other due to the competition for resources and other issues, but they also had their own tacit understanding. If your family sends out their older generation experts to kill the younger generation geniuses on my side, and my side does the same, then the two families can forget about developing. Sooner or later, there would be a shortage of successors, and their legacies would be severed. They would all perish. The matters of the younger generation should be left to the younger generation. If there were no great benefits, no one would break this unspoken tacit understanding. I have already contacted Wu Yuankai, one of the 10 great evildoers of the Hanluo province. This kind of loose cultivator does not fear anything. If he fails, you will have to take action." The yellow-robed man said indifferently. Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Up to you. However, I am curious, who exactly are you going to kill? Even after inviting the 10 evils, you are still worried. Could it be the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain? Don't worry. They are not at that level yet. Just wait for my news. If I do not come looking for you in 10 days, the mission will end." The yellow-robed man leaped off the peak and vanished from Feng's sight. Feng, the genius cultivator of the giant ape race, who is known as the Little Heavenly Monkey in the Fiend domain, had messy hair and loose robes. He smiled and said, "How disappointing. If it were not the 7 giants, this mission would be very boring." At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know that someone had killed Sito Lei and Lu Qin for him, creating a huge disaster for himself. He was currently rushing to his next destination, the Hanluo province's provincial capital. After that, he would make a trip to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's headquarters to see if the Eternal Heavenly Sword School had any connection to the Thunder King. Along the way, Xiao Chen gained a better understanding of the Hanluo province. This Hanluo province actually had 6 rank 8 sections. This surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Chapter 744. Rank 8 sects were considered strong factions in the Tianwu domain. They were all in the same province. Who knew how intense the competition would be? The founder of this Eternal Heavenly Sword School is really shameless. Unexpectedly, he said that he created the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow Sword. I really want to know who this Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is. Ao Jiao said angrily from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Along the way, Xiao Chen met several Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples. When they spoke, they all respected this founder of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. They said that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was an absolute genius. Not only did he establish the Eternal Heavenly Sword School from scratch, but he also created several exquisite sword techniques. In the end, when Ao Jiao heard this, she flew into a rage. The sword techniques that the other party mentioned, including the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow Sword, were all comprehended by the Thunder King himself when he was young. Along the way, Xiao Qin had heard Ao Jiao's complaints several times. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't say any more. That Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is probably dead already. There is no point in you cursing at him." Ao Jiao said calmly, "That person was already a martial sage 2,000 years ago. If he broke through to Emperor Wu, even if he was a minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, he would have no problem living for another 2,000 years. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "That is impossible. If he became Emperor Wu, he would shake up the entire place. No other faction would be able to set foot in Hanluo province. The most important thing is that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples did not say that he became a martial emperor. If he really became a martial emperor, he would flaunt it. What you say makes sense. However, I feel that this is too much of a coincidence. 2,000 years ago, right after the Thunder King fell, this Eternal Heavenly Sword School was established. If he did not want to become a martial emperor, why would he establish a sect for no reason? Establishing a sect is for the sake of obtaining resources to become a martial emperor." Ao Jiao's expression turned grave. Her suspicions of this Eternal Heavenly Sword School increased. Xiao Qin noticed the main point in Ao Jiao's words. He asked, "What does establishing a sect have to do with breaking through to Emperor Wu?" Ao Jiao explained, "Some people with insufficient talent and luck will establish a sect and gather vast resources to forcefully break through to martial emperor. However, this kind of martial emperor's cultivation will forever be stuck at the minor celestial realm, unable to advance any further. Furthermore, the risks are equally high, and the resources required are astronomical. For some people, the gains do not make up for the losses." He glanced at Hanluo City, which was already in sight. Then he stopped and said, "Actually, by now you should tell me how the Thunder Emperor fell back then." Inside the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao remained silent for a long time. It was like she was unwilling to recall that period of the past. After a long time, she slowly said, "There are indeed some things that I have to tell you." Xiao Qin had always been suspicious about the Thunder King's death. As the youngest sovereign martial emperor since the Qing Emperor, Sangmu had swept through the Kunlun realm unhindered. Practically no one in the same generation could match him. On the path of cultivation, those who could become emperor were usually people with great luck. Barring any accidents, they would not fall for no reason. This was even more so for someone like the Thunder Emperor. Since he could be conferred king, he would definitely not die by accident. Back then, in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the mysterious item spirit mentioned the Thunder King, it was full of praise. The first thing it asked Xiao Qin was if the Thunder King was the strongest sovereign martial emperor. After learning of the Thunder King's death, the stunned expression on the Thunder King's face did not seem to be feigned. Ao Jiao revealed a somewhat sorrowful expression. She said softly, "Back then, when Sangmu advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he could not wait to challenge the Thunder King, one of the strongest sovereign martial emperors in the Tianwu domain." The Thunder King was a title. He was the founder of the Thunder and Lightning Palace, a sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was also one of the oldest Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. Many people said that the Thunder King was the strongest of the human race. Even the Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters was not as strong as him. Of course, rumors were just rumors. No one could take them seriously. Furthermore, the Thunder King had already lived for more than 10,000 years and had not shown himself for a very long time. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Sangmu was known as the Thunder King. Now that he advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he naturally wanted the Thunder King's title. However, the title was not bestowed by oneself. One had to have the corresponding strength for the title to be acknowledged by the world. Hence, there would definitely be a battle between Sangmu and the Thunder King, one of the strongest Emperor Wu of the human race. Having just been conferred king, Sangmu challenged a sovereign of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. Such boldness was something to look forward to. Xiao Qin asked somewhat anxiously, "Did he win or lose?" Ao Jiao revealed a pained expression. She muttered he lost. The Thunder King's Sangmu sword was broken by that old fellow, the Thunder King. Xiao Qin said somewhat dispiritedly, "In that case, the Thunder King was killed by the Thunder King." Ao Jiao shook her head and said, No, that old fellow, the Thunder King, only broke the Sangmu sword and severely injured the Thunder King. However, he did not kill him. He even said that this was an unfair victory and invited the Thunder King to fight him again in 100 years. Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, "In that case, who killed him?" "I am not very clear on the specifics, either. The instant the Sangmu sword broke, I fell into a deep sleep, in danger of dying at any moment. At some point in time, crystalline tears appeared in the corners of Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, when I woke up, not only did the Thunder King not recover from his injuries, they even worsened, becoming fatal. At that time, I was so frightened that I started crying. He told me not to cry. When I asked him who did this to him, he did not say anything. He only said that he was betrayed by a vile person and that he had let me down. After that, he went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, hoping to ask for a divine moonlight stone to protect me. However, he got into an argument with their young palace master. In his rage, the Thunder King dragged his dying body and killed their young palace master. He forcefully snatched away the divine moonlight stone. The Holy Lord of the Phoenix's Passion Palace planted a vermilion bird, holy fire imprint on him, causing him to self-destruct. After Xiao Qin heard Ao Jiao's story, he finally understood the whole story. On the surface, the Thunder King appeared to have been killed by the Holy Lord of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. However, in reality, he was already dead. If he were at his peak, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master might not have been able to kill the Thunder King. The crux of this should be the period after the Thunder King's defeat, when Ao Jiao was asleep. How exactly did the Thunder King's injuries become fatal? Clearly, the Thunder King did not want to tell Ao Jiao about this, so Xiao Qin had no way of knowing. Xiao Qin thought about the Thunder King's life. He came from a humble background and became famous at a young age. Along the way, the deeds he left behind in the Sky Dome realm became a legend. After he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he was like a fish in water. He was like a bound Kuan Peng finally unfurling its wings, larger than the sky. He distinguished himself from the many lower realm geniuses and defeated the disciples of the various noble clans of the Tianwu domain. After he advanced to Martial Emperor, he rose up completely. From then on, he rampaged through the Kunlun realm, inspiring fear in Emperor Wu of the various races. Such a fall was truly regrettable. If the Thunder King had not died, he would definitely be the strongest sovereign martial emperor in the Tianwu domain 2,000 years later. Looking at Hunluo City in the distance, Xiao Qin did not know what to say. Unexpectedly, the Thunder King's death was so strange. Who exactly was the villain that the Thunder King spoke of? Who caused his injuries to become fatal? Xiao Qin did not know where to start investigating. Even if he knew, he would not be able to do anything about it. Given Xiao Qin's current strength, even 1,000 of him would not be a match for the person who could injure the Thunder King. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xiao Qin. Before he was strong enough, even if he knew some things, he could only treat them as stories. It did not matter whether he told her or not. "Sorry, I made you recall some sad memories," Xiao Qin said with some guilt when he saw the tears in Ao Jiao's eyes. Ao Jiao gently wiped away the tears in her eyes and forced a smile. "It's fine. Some things have been bottled up in my heart for too long. Since I can say them, it means that I can walk out of them." Xiao Qin looked ahead with a resolute gaze. He said, seriously, "Don't worry. I will definitely help you investigate the cause of the Thunder King's death. Who is the one behind this? The truth will come to light one day." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Don't seek trouble for yourself. The Thunder King did not tell me back then. It must have been because his opponent was too strong and he did not want anyone to take revenge for him. Let's go. After we go to the eternal Heavenly Sword School, we will immediately head for the Fiend Domain. You have your own path to walk as well." Xiao Qin did not say anything more. He only remembered this promise in his heart. In the future, when he climbed to the peak, he would personally kill the Thunder King's enemies. the strongest human martial emperor in the Tianwu domain, the Thunder King. Sooner or later, Shao Chun would pay a visit and defeat the other party, fulfilling the Thunder King's final wish. Before the sky turned dark, Shao Chun arrived at the city gates of Hanluo City. Hanluo City was no less majestic than Haotian City. In fact, it was even more majestic. This startled Shao Chun. It was hard to imagine that this was the provincial capital of a border province. It was even more majestic than the provincial capitals of several major provinces in the Tianwu domain. After entering the city, Shao Chun saw a different scene. Unexpectedly, the entire street was filled with cultivators. Furthermore, they all revealed killing qi, their gazes ferocious. If there was any conflict or argument, they would immediately start fighting. The scene was intense, but no one stopped them. The people here also seemed to be used to it. They watched with great interest and made comments from time to time. They seemed rather excited. Along the way, Shao Chun saw several duels. Those who lost did not have a good ending. They all died on the street, their treasures snatched away. There were even some people who kept an eye on the cultivators entering the city. When they discovered any unfamiliar cultivator who was not strong or was alone, they immediately swarmed over. The entire city was so chaotic that there was no order to it. Everyone spoke with their fists. The law of the jungle was clear for all to see. Shao Chun did not want to cause any trouble, so he released his dense killing qi. Only then did he manage to intimidate the crowd, deterring them from acting rashly. After all, such a dense killing qi was not something an ordinary person could accumulate. With one look, it was clear that this person was someone who frequently walked the line between life and death. After finding a random inn, Shao Chun ordered a table full of food and wine. Then he called the waiter in and tossed out 5 astral coins. He said, "I have some questions for you. Answer them honestly." The waiter received the 5 astral coins and said with a smile, "Young hero, if you have anything to say, feel free to tell me." Shao Chun nodded and said, "Tell me about Hanluo City's situation. Also, tell me how much you know about the Eternal Heavenly Sword School." When the waiter heard that, he immediately started talking. His words were very nimble. Although he had a lot of vocabulary, he was not long-winded at all. Soon, Shao Chun gained a rough understanding of Hanluo City. Clearly, this was not the waiter's first time speaking like this. However, when he spoke about the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he was not as nimble. Chapter 745. Shao Chun already had a rough idea of what the waiter said, so he could not help but feel disappointed. The waiter could tell that Shao Chun wanted him to leave, so he said, "Young hero, there is a piece of news that you will definitely be interested in." Shao Chun raised his head and asked, "What is it?" "Hee, about this." The waiter hesitated. Shao Chun understood what he meant and gave him another 5 astral coins. The waiter said happily, "Young hero is indeed a straightforward person. In that case, I'll be direct. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is preparing to auction off a broken sword. It is a fragment of a subdivine weapon." When Shao Chun heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, "Subdivine weapons are worth cities. Even Emperor Wu would be interested. A fragment of a subdivine weapon would be worth a lot as well. It would attract some martial sages. However, this is not really big news." The waiter smiled mysteriously and said, "What if it is the sword that the Thunder King used back then?" Right after the waiter spoke, Shao Chun and Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, were stunned at the same time, clearly shocked. Shao Chun remembered that when he obtained the Thunderwood sword back then, he only had half of it. The other half was nowhere to be found. Why is the other half of the sword in their hands? Ao Jiao exclaimed excitedly from the Immortal Spirit Ring. "Shao Chun, ask around and see if it is true." Seeing that Shao Chun did not believe him, the waiter quickly said, "This insignificant one does not dare to lie. In the past few years, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School has occasionally auctioned off some treasures with sky-high prices. They are all worth cities. Other sects would definitely hide them, but the Eternal Heavenly Sword School sold them. Xiao Chen raised his wine cup and took a sip. He revealed a pondering expression. According to what the waiter said, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's actions were very strange. What is the name of the auction house? When is it being held? Xiao Chen did not know about this. Since he did, he would definitely go and see if there was a chance to obtain the other half of the sword. However, the chances were slim. After all, it was just a fragment of a subdivine weapon. That half was already worth cities. The materials needed to forge a subdivine weapon were all rare resources. Many of them were treasures that could only be found by luck. Once one missed it, one would have to wait for hundreds of years. After the subdivine weapon was forged, it would interest several martial sages. This was especially so for the sects preparing to forge a subdivine weapon. They would spend a lot to buy it. Once the subdivine weapon was successfully forged, the owner's strength would immediately increase by 50%. It would not seem exaggerated at all. Furthermore, this divine weapon was once the sword of the Thunder Emperor, which added to its legend. Given Xiao Chen's wealth, competing with these people was not realistic. It was not to compete with the Qin about it. The about it, not it said, Chen with, the Chen with would not have it. On the 30th of the month, that would be the day after tomorrow. It wouldn't take long. Xiao Chen waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. Then he said to Ao Jiao in his heart, "What do you think? Why is the remaining half of the sword in the hands of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" Waving his hand, Xiao Chen dismissed the waiter. Then he said to Ao Jiao in his heart, "What do you think? How did the other half of the sword end up in the hands of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" "You mean to say that the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage betrayed the Thunder King back then?" Xiao Chen asked probingly as he put down his wine cup. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "Not necessarily, given the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage's strength back then. Even if the Thunder King was severely injured, he could have easily killed him." Xiao Chen said somewhat helplessly, "What should I do with the other half of the sword? With my current wealth, it would be very difficult to obtain it." His competitors would definitely be martial sages. Compared to martial sages, Xiao Chen's 100,000 astral coins paled in comparison. He had no chance of winning. Ao Jiao did not seem to care about this. She sighed softly and said, "We'll leave it to fate. We just need to pay attention to who obtains it in the end. Perhaps there will be a chance to get it back in the future. When the lunar shadow saber advances to a subdivine weapon, it will save us a lot of trouble." After eating and drinking, Xiao Chen rented an independent courtyard at the back of the inn for peace and quiet. When the sky turned dark, a cultivator from the magnificent Fiend Hall arrived in the most chaotic area of Hunluo City, the Western District. This cultivator walked over in fear and trepidation. After looking around, he found his destination and carefully arrived at a courtyard. The Western District was filled with ferocious, loose cultivators. If not for the magnificent Fiend Hall's identity token, he would not have been able to enter this district as a medial grade martial monarch. When this cultivator saw the doors before him, horror flashed in his eyes. Wu Yuankai, one of Hunluo City's 10 evildoers, lived in this courtyard. The 10 evildoers were all great bandits of the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain. Even the weakest of them was a half-sage. The top 3 evildoers were even martial sages. The 6 great sects of Hunluo City would not casually offend these 3. This cultivator calmed himself and carefully knocked on the door knocker a few times. Then he said loudly, "Senior Wu, I am a disciple of the magnificent Fiend Hall. The news you are waiting for has arrived." Wu Yuankai's voice reverberated in the dark night for a long time. However, there was no reply from the courtyard. This scared the magnificent Fiend Hall cultivator waiting outside. "Come in." After a long time, a hoarse voice came from inside. The magnificent Fiend Hall cultivator quickly pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Wu Yuankai, who was dressed in sackcloth robes, looked indifferently at the newcomer and said, "The magnificent fiend hall is only so. It took you 7 days to find a person." The newcomer smiled and said, "Hanluo province is so big. Finding a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is not an easy task. Take a look. This is the down payment, 50,000 astral coins. After the matter is over, I will give you the other half." Wu Yuankai received a space ring from the person. After checking it, a look of greed flashed across his eyes. He grinned and said, "Give me that person's address. Wait for my good news in 3 days." "Thank you, senior. I will take my leave first." That person handed over Xiao Chen's address and left in a hurry, not willing to stay for another second. Wu Yuankai took a look at the address and said softly, "Since I took someone's money, I have to help them deal with their problems. Junior, don't blame me for being ruthless." The auction would begin on the 30th of the month. Hanluo City was in chaos for 3 days. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to go out and take a stroll, so he focused all his energy on cultivating. Ghostly image chop. Blue dragon goes to sea. Soaring dragon. In the small courtyard, Xiao Chen used less than 1% of his quintessence to execute the 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques that he knew. Of the 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques, Soaring Dragon was definitely the strongest. This was because it contained the might of a true dragon soaring. It was the strongest of the 3. Furthermore, it was a move that Xiao Chen could perfectly grasp. With this move, no superior grade martial monarch would be a match for him. Even a half-sage would not dare to clash head-on. Of course, the other 2 moves were not just for show. Ghostly Image Chop was a combination of moves. Once Xiao Chen found his opponent's weak point, he would have a 50% chance of killing his opponent in 1 move. Even against a half-sage, Xiao Chen had a 50% chance of killing his opponent in 1 move. As for Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, it was a heaven-ranked martial technique that could be used multiple times. It was not like Soaring Dragon and Ghostly Image Chop, which exhausted a large amount of quintessence and mental energy. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen would use it the most. The other 2 could be used as killing moves. Aside from this, Xiao Chen also had the Dragon Tone art. When he caught his opponent off guard, he could obtain an unexpected result. Furthermore, it was very effective against spirit beasts. As for using the Dragon Tone art to deal with the deity race experts, Xiao Chen did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, he had not seen the deity race's mental energy martial techniques before. Naturally, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was the best trump card for Xiao Chen. This Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could easily block the full-powered strikes of 2 half-sages. Its potential was limitless. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen made a simple assessment of his strength. This could be considered a summary of his overall strength after his fight with Lu Qin and Situlei. On the surface, my weakness appears to be my insufficient cultivation. However, it is actually my will. Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and calmly analyzed the situation. Actually, the cultivation of the 7 giants was about the same. However, Bai Wuxiwei and the others were several times weaker than in Juanqi. There were many reasons for this. However, the most important one was that Juanqi's will far surpass theirs. Although their cultivations were the same, their strength was on a completely different level. In fact, several inferior grade martial sages were no longer a match for Juanqi. The most crucial thing is to comprehend a will. After this trip, I have to rush to the place that Ao Jiao mentioned. Who is it? Hiding there, acting sneakily. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He turned around and retreated 100 meters. Then he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and stared coldly at Wu Yuankai, who was standing on the wall. Wu Yuankai looked at Xiao Chen and silently landed on the ground. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Your vigilance is pretty good. Unfortunately, you are going to be a dead man soon." Wu Yuankai did not look particularly old. He looked like a middle-aged man. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes gave off a feeling of lethargy. Wu Yuankai's large black robes wrapped around his body tightly. He wore a pair of dark gold gloves on his hands. Wu Yuankai, Wu Yuankai, Wu Yuankai. There was clearly nothing around Wu Yuankai's body, but occasionally miserable cries could be heard. In the quiet night, the miserable cries tugged at the taut strings in the minds of cultivators. When this person landed, Xiao Chen took advantage of the opportunity to retreat another 200 meters. He looked at the other party with a grave expression, not daring to be careless. Xiao Chen's mental energy was vast and boundless, and his spiritual sense was very sharp. Normally, he would be able to discover a hostile cultivator within a kilometer of him. However, Wu Yuankai only got within 100 meters of Xiao Chen before he was discovered. If Xiao Chen had been any later, he might have been killed in a sneak attack. Occasionally, the disturbing cries resounded. Although Xiao Chen was not greatly affected, he kept feeling that something was wrong. Xiao Chen tried to focus his spiritual sense in his eyes. When he squinted, he discovered 10-odd scarlet ribbons of light that were hard to see with the naked eye surrounding Wu Yuankai. The ribbons of light were as fine as needles and thread. As they circled Wu Yuankai, they undulated like waves. As the scarlet ribbons of light moved, the spiritual energy of the world scattered and gathered like rain. As the scarlet ribbons of light moved, the spiritual energy of the world scattered and gathered like rain. Chapter 746. However, regular cultivators could not see it with their naked eyes. They could only vaguely feel the other party's flourishing aura like a mountain pressing down. This was the commonly known sage might. When cultivators advanced to martial sage, they could comprehend the power of the world and form strong, heavenly sage laws. According to legend, Emperor Wu could even become one with the world, forming his own heavenly laws. With a wave of his hand, the sky would crumble, the earth would crack, mountains and rivers would shatter. Those thin, red ribbons of light should be the laws of the world of this person, the half-step sage realm. This person was definitely not simple to condense 10-odd heavenly sage laws. Back when Xiao Qin fought by Wu Xue, it looked like they were evenly matched within 100 moves. However, after another 500 moves, Xiao Chen's quintessence and vital qi would run dry. Furthermore, Bai Wu Xue had heavenly sage laws. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy and the amount of quintessence he could store were not something Xiao Chen could compare to. Xiao Chen, this person is not simple. The red ribbons of light you see are not his true heavenly sage laws. They are just the projection of the heavenly sage laws in his dantian. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said with some worry, he should have cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique, infusing his baleful aura into his laws. Otherwise, the originally vast and mighty laws of the world would not be scarlet and filled with evil qi. If there is an opportunity, it is best to leave. Back when you fought with Bai Wu Xue, no matter what, he had to worry about Xue Lingling. This person is a loose cultivator. He is probably lawless and does not care about anything. Even without Ao Jiao's reminder, Xiao Chen was already very focused. The person before him was probably the strongest opponent he had faced since coming to the Kunlun realm. Thunder clouds filled the sky above, and muffled thunder slowly roared. Occasionally, purple lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Qin had already unleashed his immortal state of thunder. Xiao Qin placed his right hand on his saber hilt and silently executed Qing Emperor, drawing the saber. A red light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. That was the peak state of massacre that he had not used for a long time. At this moment, he did not hold back. The wind formed by the massacre intent slowly blew in the courtyard with a heavy and desolate feeling. Soon a strong wind blew. This wind contained the boundless killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes. As the strong wind blew, the green grass in the courtyard lost all signs of life and withered on the spot due to the strong wind of massacre. The wind howled and the cranes howled, accompanied by lightning and thunder in the night sky. Amidst the shocking momentum, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and his black hair fluttered. Holding his saber hilt, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura, hiding himself in the world. In the vast and unbridled aura, he seemed infinitely small. The distance between him and Wu Yuankai seemed to have increased by thousands of kilometers. However, with just one movement, this tiny figure hidden in the world would cross 5,000 kilometers and arrive with a torrential aura. Wu Yuankai's pupils constricted as he exclaimed softly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he was somewhat surprised. And he Wu in he chi he. Wu he Xiao Chen was he comma with comma he drawing he Dao Xiao he. What shocked him was Xiao Chen's drawing the saber. What shocked Wu Yuankai was Xiao Chen's drawing the saber. Martial monarchs of the same generation, even cultivators with higher cultivations than Xiao Chen, felt suppressed on the spot. However, to Xiao Chen this was nothing. He had already condensed his own heavenly sage laws. His aura contained the might of a sage, so he did not fear it at all. However, to Wu Yuankai this was nothing. He had already condensed his own heavenly sage laws. His aura contained the might of a sage, so he did not feel any fear. Interesting. What a strange drawing the saber. He infused his aura and state into his saber technique. However, it does not look perfect. Wu Yuankai's lips curled up. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much pressure. He appeared very relaxed. Good. Watch as I capture you and force out this drawing the saber. Haha. Xiao. Wu Yuankai stepped forward. Amid the strong wind and lightning, he charged forward with an indomitable will. However, just as Wu Yuankai took half a step forward, he suddenly discovered 34 images leaping out of the boundlessly distant white figure. Each image represented a trajectory of the saber. 34 different saber positions sealed off all possible routes of escape for Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai's feet shrank back as he quickly retreated. His relaxed demeanor now had a grave expression. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw a strong wind howling endlessly. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds above. Occasionally, purple lightning tore through the sky. That insignificant figure did not move at all. Xiao Chen continued to hide his body under the sky, looking at Xiao Chen coldly from 5,000 kilometers away. Strange. Unexpectedly, this drawing the saber has such a name. Wu Yuankai no longer dared to be careless. The 10-odd red ribbons of light behind him suddenly brightened. As the light flickered, it became as red as blood. Its aura flourished as it rose continuously. Xiao Chen thought to himself that it was unfortunate. If this person had walked up without any fear earlier, he would have died. If this person had walked up without any fear, he would have used the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber to strike the careless person in an instant. Xiao Chen would have been able to gain the initiative in one move. Advancing or retreating would have been under Xiao Chen's control. Unfortunately, this person was extremely cautious. The moment he took half a step forward, he immediately reacted. He would not give Xiao Chen such a good opportunity. As the two auras clashed in the courtyard, the atmosphere instantly turned extremely stifling. Strong winds, lightning, scarlet light, and anguished cries all tangled together, giving off dull sounds of collisions. Cassier! Cassier! The ground cracked bit by bit. Many cracks spread out like a spider web. Whoosh! 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 There was no lack of experts in the surroundings of the inn. Several of them immediately sensed the stifling aura. They looked around and quickly rushed over. Night battles were not rare in the chaotic provincial capital. However, few were like this. Before it even started, Everyone already felt that something was wrong. This is definitely not a fight between nobodies. It must be a fight between experts. The cultivators who came to Hanluo City were definitely not good people. Aside from being able to watch the excitement, they might even be able to pick up some unexpected benefits. Soon, hundreds of cultivators gathered around Xiao Chen's courtyard. They all stared at the two below with fervent gazes. When these people clearly saw Wu Yuankai's face, they all showed horrified expressions. They could not help but take a few steps back. It's Wu Yuankai. He is one of Hanluo City's 10 great evildoers, an existence ranked 20th in the Qianwu Domain's evil cultivator gang. How can it be him? This old fellow has not come out for a long time already. The two people in the courtyard did not care about the commotion outside. The instant Wu Yuankai's aura reached its peak, he stopped hesitating and attacked decisively. The scarlet light around Wu Yuankai was frighteningly dense. Countless sinister, monstrous heads moved up and down, opening their mouths and roaring with all their might. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, berserk, chaos, grief, and fear surged toward Xiao Chen like the tide, entering his sea of consciousness. The vast mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into a golden sea that reverberated. With a huge wave, it shattered all these negative emotions. The horrifying, baleful aura did not affect Xiao Chen at all. Xiao Chen's hidden body calmly watched Wu Yuankai fly over. After 2 breaths, Xiao Chen's right hand, which was on the saber hilt, moved. Amid the strong wind and lightning, the resplendent saber light seemed to traverse 5,000 kilometers, arriving in an instant. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out in the dark night. In an instant, the courtyard was shattered by the 2 strong forces. The ground, which had already cracked long ago, could no longer endure it. With a loud rumble, it completely crumbled. Thousands upon thousands of huge rocks flew into the air, turning the place chaotic. Pusiai! A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. His figure was sent flying backward continuously. Huge rocks were smashed into pieces by his body one after another. Wu Yuankai, who was in the air, did not move at all. However, there was a horrifying saber wound on his chest. The remnant electricity in the wound sizzled continuously. The electricity poured into Wu Yuankai's body, wreaking havoc. Wu Yuankai's lips twitched, and his thick eyebrows knitted tightly. When Wu Yuankai looked down, he saw the 8-centimeter-long saber wound on his chest, which broke through his inner armor. An expression of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Wu Yuankai's body had dodged more than 30 times according to Xiao Chen's movements in order to avoid the omnipresent trajectory of the saber. Originally, Wu Yuankai thought that he had completely seen through the trajectory of Xiao Chen's saber. However, in the final instant of the exchange, he missed and got struck by Xiao Chen's saber. However, Wu Yuankai's reaction was very fast. His combat experience prevented him from panicking. The moment the saber light touched Wu Yuankai's chest, he struck Xiao Chen's right shoulder with a palm strike. The surging palm force knocked Xiao Chen back, not giving Xiao Chen any chance to deepen his wound. The tyrannical palm force pierced through Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and the light barrier within him, weakening it by 50 to 60%. However, it still injured Xiao Chen. If not for Xiao Chen's physical body already reaching rank 1 sage body, this palm strike would have shattered all of Xiao Chen's internal organs. Even if this person's strength was not comparable to Bai Wushui's, he was not far from it. Bang! Xiao Chen stabilized his figure and stood on a huge rock. His body leaned forward slightly as he held his saber with one hand. His gaze was as sharp as a weapon as he looked at Wu Yuankai coldly. Wu Yuankai is injured. Peering through the flying rocks, the many cultivators on the buildings around the inn saw the wound on Wu Yuankai's chest. Shock flashed in the depths of their eyes. Strange, who is this brat? He is so young, yet he can fight Wu Yuankai on equal footing and even injure him. Wu Yuankai's cultivation has already reached rank 2 half-sage. His reputation as one of the 10 evildoers is not for nothing. Since when could a nameless brat injure him? Haha, this is a good show to watch. Wu Yuankai has been killing people for the past few decades. Who knows how much wealth he has robbed? If something happens to him, our opportunity might come. Some people were shocked, but even more people harbored evil intentions. They revealed a murderous intent in their eyes as they stared at Wu Yuankai. This was Hunluo City. None of the cultivators who came here were cowards. Even if one was infamous, once one revealed a weakened state and was severely injured, no one would mind beating up a drowning dog. Chapter 747. Wu Yuankai looked calmly at Xiao Qin. The red ribbon behind him undulated like waves, and the vast spiritual energy of the world surged like a river. Winds and clouds churned, and Wu Yuankai's aura soared continuously. The surrounding rocks also bobbed up and down under the influence of the heavenly sage laws. Not bad. I have not seen such an exquisite drawing the saber in a long time. If it were 30 years ago, this old man would definitely have a good exchange with you. Unfortunately, I took someone's money to deal with this disaster. Today you will die for sure. Wu Yuankai smiled and slowly clenched his gloved hands. As the metal rubbed against each other, it gave off creaking sounds. Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, he punched from a distance. The heavenly sage laws in Wu Yuankai's body surged out, and the red ribbon behind him suddenly gave off a bright light. Even the naked eye could catch a vague trace of it. The scarlet heavenly sage laws radiated an evil aura. As they moved up and down, they continuously absorbed the surging quintessence of the world. The quintessence turned into surging quintessence and shot out together with Wu Yuankai's punch. The scarlet fist light formed a scarlet head that surged forward like a river flowing in reverse. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks in its way were easily crushed into powder and scattered with the wind. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he infused his great perfection saber intent into his saber. The saber hummed continuously as it gave off a boundless purple light. Xiao Chen tilted his body and ferociously thrust his right hand forward. The saber struck the center of the scarlet head, and the withdrawn saber intent scattered. The scarlet head immediately exploded into a clump of scarlet light. The scarlet light scattered everywhere like blood filling the night sky. Wu Yuankai laughed loudly and moved his fists. Fist lights formed scarlet heads flying forward. Each scarlet head left a scarlet trail in the air, looking like a vast and sinister underworld river. A white figure flickered as Xiao Chen rode on the blue dragon image. He brandished his saber and moved in and out of the huge rocks, calmly shattering the scarlet heads flying at him. Wu Yuankai's face twisted and his veins bulged. He entered a berserk state. The 10-odd scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him undulated continuously, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Fist light flashed without end. The underworld river surged, crisscrossing, and countless vengeful souls howled. A painting of the 9 serenities of hell appeared in front of Xiao Qin. Amazing! After not seeing Wu Yuankai for some time, his blood shadow underworld river fist has improved again. He can even execute the 9 nether underworld purgatory. That white-robed brat is quite incredible. He is only a superior grade martial monarch. However, by relying on the state of thunder, the state of massacre, and the great perfection saber images, he is not at a disadvantage even after 200 moves. However, compared to Wu Yuankai, he is still a bit lacking. Once the painting of the 9 nether purgatory is executed, it is as if the true purgatory has descended. Not only will the target's mind be in chaos, but even the heavenly mountain frigid iron will be corroded by the Netherworld River. The scope of the battle expanded. When the cultivators learned that it was one of the 10 evils Wu Yuankai who made a move, the number of cultivators who heard the news increased tenfold. When they saw Wu Yuankai's fist explode and form the aura of the 9 nether purgatory, they all sighed in praise. Xiao Qin casually swung his saber and tore apart a fist. When he saw the various horrifying, mysterious phenomena above the vast underworld river, his lips curled up in a cold smile. Even the true purgatory cannot trap me. What more, this is just a mysterious phenomenon. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally as he stood upright. As he watched the 9 nether purgatory approach, a vast dragon roar came from his chest. The purple clouds in Xiao Chen's dantian scattered and turned into dense quintessence, spreading to every corner of Xiao Chen's body. The true dragon soared and quickly accumulated its momentum. Its energy was like a mountain flood, boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen could not help but let out a long roar, causing the immortal lightning in the sky to roar continuously. Lightning tore through the night sky, looking like the sky was going to press down. Xiao Qin took a step forward, and the night sky suddenly trembled. His body became like a true dragon as it tore through space and soared into the sky. Body and saber merged. The true dragon is me, and I am the true dragon. Thousands of inextinguishable sharpness, vast and endless rage. Only I am undefeatable. What 9 underworld river? What limitless purgatory? What ghost cries and wolf howls? What demons and ghosts? Break! The true dragon soared, shaking the sky and the earth. No one could stop it. The electric light illuminated Xiao Chen's roar immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. Suddenly, Xiao Chen seemed to turn into a raging true dragon charging over. Bang! 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 The surging underworld river, the many malevolent evil spirits, and the many aggrieved spirits wailing in agony shattered continuously. Saber lights flashed as the 9 layers of purgatory appeared. The saber light instantly tore the 9 nether purgatory to shreds, and the horrifying mysterious phenomena vanished. How can this be? This brat tore the 9 nether purgatory apart. In a competition of heaven-ranked martial techniques, power, Wu Yuankai actually lost. Startled cries rang out. No one had expected Xiao Qin to break Wu Yuankai's trump card so decisively without leaving a trace. Ghostly image chop. Charging over, Xiao Qin seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. The shock in Wu Yuankai's eyes was no less than anyone else's. However, he was calmer than anyone else. When he saw Xiao Qin charging over, his figure flashed, and he quickly punched to block. Dang! 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 Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiao Qin sent out. The dark gold gloves and the lunar shadow saber created sparks as they clashed. The dark gold gloves were at least a superior grade secret treasure. When Xiao Chen's saber containing his great perfection saber intent chopped down on them, he did not leave any marks. Xiao Chen even managed to deflect some of the force, reducing some of the pressure on Wu Yuankai. After Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiao Chen sent out without any pressure, his lips curled up into a smile. He said, "You overestimate yourself. Do you think that by breaking my 9 nether purgatory you can suppress me? You still dare to take the initiative to approach me? Are you tired of living?" The red heavenly sage laws behind Wu Yuankai fluctuated intensely. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes as he quickly accumulated quintessence. He prepared to use the opportunity when Xiao Qin got close to him to explode him with a punch. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. How could ghostly image chop be as simple as his opponent thought? He twisted his wrist and quickly drew a circle with his saber. Boom! A sea of electricity suddenly appeared. Electricity flashed as it surged towards Wu Yuankai, accompanied by the sound of surging waves. The sudden appearance of the vast sea of electricity startled Wu Yuankai. He quickly withdrew the quintessence he had accumulated and retreated. However, the sea of electricity surged like a tidal wave, chasing after him. The sea was boundless, and the electric light was vast. Before the sea of electricity, Wu Yuankai's figure looked very insignificant. Such a huge, mysterious phenomenon. This brat is only a superior grade martial monarch. How can he support his quintessence? Wu Yuankai was very knowledgeable. With one glance, he could tell that the sea of electricity required a vast amount of quintessence. He felt astonished and confused, unable to understand. Even with Wu Yuankai's half-sage cultivation, it was not easy for him to support such a vast, mysterious phenomenon. Without finding any openings, the amount of veritable essence energy needed to clash head-on with this move would be several times that of Xiao Chen's. However, at this moment, the surging sea of electricity and surging waves approached him with a vast aura. Wu Yuankai could no longer hesitate. 9 Revolution Underworld River Transformation. Wu Yuankai roared ferociously, and the scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him quickly dimmed. The quintessence in his body erupted like a volcano. Wu Yuankai punched furiously, and the ancient and mysterious underworld river in the 9 layers of purgatory seemed to respond to his call. The sound of splashing water came from above. Space trembled, and a river covered in black qi appeared out of nowhere. It circled around Wu Yuankai 9 times, forming a 9 spiraling river in the air, completely shielding Wu Yuankai from view. Black qi spread out, and countless aggrieved spirits, withered bones, and mangled corpses wandered in the black river. It looked like a real underworld river, looking very horrifying. Bang! The sea of electricity and the 9 layers of underworld river clashed, producing a loud sound. Waves of alternating purple and black surged out, emptying everything within 3 kilometers. Wu Yuankai moved back 100 meters. Because he had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, his complexion was somewhat pale. The heavenly sage laws behind him, which were hard to see with the naked eye, quickly undulated, trying to make up for the lost quintessence. However, this move exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless Wu Yuankai stopped fighting and immediately rested, it would be impossible to recover in a short time by relying on the 10-odd heavenly sage laws. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen would not give Wu Yuankai any chance to catch his breath. He could not drag out a fight with a half-sage who comprehended heavenly sage laws. Amid the scattering sea of electricity, Xiao Chen hid his aura and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, a strand of saber light flashed out. The purple saber light was like a rainbow in the night sky, like a meteor. It disappeared in an instant, untraceable and unfathomable. Suddenly, Wu Yuankai sensed death in his heart, startling him. He quickly stopped recovering his quintessence and focused his mind to its limits. He did not dare to be careless. Relying on his instincts, Wu Yuankai turned around and quickly clasped his gloved hands to his chest. Dang! Electric light burst out, and Wu Yuankai took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled intensely. The tip of the lunar shadow saber was caught by the pair of dark gold gloves. When it came into contact with Wu Yuankai's inner vest, it could not advance any further. Amid the howling wind, the two's clothes fluttered wildly. Wu Yuankai looked at Xiao Chen, whose weapon was caught. He smiled coldly and said, "You can die now." In Wu Yuankai's opinion, he had caught Xiao Chen's weapon and put him in a difficult position. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Xiao Chen would die for sure. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, a mountain-like sovereign's aura suddenly came from Xiao Chen's body. In the distant past, the legendary and glorious emperor seemed to have appeared before Wu Yuankai's eyes. Wu Yuankai's mind paused for a moment, and he could not help but loosen his grip on the saber. Shao Qin took advantage of this opportunity and pulled back, drawing the lunar shadow saber. Blue dragon goes to sea. Wu Yuankai swung his saber, and a dragon-shaped saber chi covered in auspicious clouds instantly took shape. Then Shao Qin spun around and chopped at his opponent like a blue dragon breaking out of the sea. Wu Yuankai had just recovered his wits from the shock of the sovereign's aura when the blue dragon goes to sea attacked. In his haste, he did not have time to gather his quintessence, so he punched. Chapter 748. Pu Ci. Blood leaked out of Wu Yuankai's lips as he flew back a kilometer before everyone's astonished gazes. Chase! As Wu Yuankai watched Shao Qin charge over on the blue dragon, he roared in his heart, burning with rage. This brat really thought that he could not defeat this return of the blue dragon. Shao Qin just did not have a chance to accumulate quintessence. Wu Yuankai's face radiated murderous intent as he made up his mind. As long as Shao Qin came again, he would teach him a ruthless lesson. When Shao Qin was about 100 meters away, he suddenly let out a long roar. The voice of a true dragon resounded in Wu Yuankai's mind like thunder. Wu Yuankai's mind buzzed, and he felt a splitting headache. Fortunately, Wu Yuankai was a half-sage. His mental energy was not something a spirit beast or a regular person could compare to. He circulated his mental energy frantically and recovered. However, at this moment, Shao Qin charged over again with the dragon-shaped saber chi and the blue dragon. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. Wu Yuankai barely managed to block it before flying back another kilometer. Something's not right. Since when could Wu Yuankai not even block a heaven-ranked martial technique? Unexpectedly, he got knocked back twice in a row. This is too incredible. When the cultivators watching from the distant roofs saw Wu Yuankai get knocked back twice, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wu Yuankai stabilized the surging quintessence in his body and glanced at Shao Qin. After checking for a while, he discovered that Shao Qin's quintessence was almost depleted. The electric light on the saber was now much dimmer than it was at the start. Only faint sparks of electricity leaped around weakly. Regular superior-grade martial monarchs could execute a heaven-ranked martial technique 3 times at most before they became extremely weak, no longer having any combat prowess. Only Shao Qin refined his quintessence twice in every cultivation realm and consumed the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Only then could Shao Qin continuously execute heaven-ranked martial techniques after exchanging 100 moves with Wu Yuankai without showing any signs of fatigue. Let's see what other trump cards you have. Wu Yuankai flashed forward and wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Shao Qin. He said in a cold voice, "Are you still going to come? If you have any abilities, bring them all out." Shao Qin's white robes fluttered as he casually waved his hand and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He looked calmly at the other party and said, "You do not have much quintessence left, right? If you are determined, then make your move. Even if you kill me, you will exhaust all your quintessence and be killed by your enemies." Wu Yuankai only had 1/3 of his true essence remaining. He had been attacked several times by Shao Qin, and his consumption of true essence was several times that of Shao Qin. If Shao Qin had not comprehended 10-odd heavenly sage laws, he would have drained his quintessence long ago, no better off than Shao Qin. Trying to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. Wu Yuankai's face sank. He felt that he was being overly suspicious. He should have just killed this brat with a single punch. Shao Qin remained unperturbed. The depths of his eyes were like an ancient well. He circulated all his vital chi and clashed with the jet-black fist. Bang! 1,000 tons of vital qi burst out. When the two fists clashed, ripples spread out in all directions. Xiao Qin took 100 steps back. Although the force of his opponent's quintessence dissipated significantly, Wu Yuankai did not have any quintessence protecting his body. He could only rely on his strong physical body and the light membrane in his body. Even so, he was still significantly injured. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips, and his delicate face paled. Physical body cultivator. You are a physical body cultivator. When the two fists clashed, Wu Yuankai clearly had the upper hand. However, his expression was more flustered and shocked than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He said in a clear voice, "A casual punch of mine has 1,000 tons of force. When I burn my vital qi, I can achieve more than 1,000 tons of force. Exhausting most of your quintessence would not be a problem at all. Do you still think I am lying to you?" Damn it! Wu Yuankai felt conflicted in his heart. He hated that he could not kill Xiao Qin now. However, what Xiao Qin said was true. Even if he killed Xiao Qin, he would exhaust most of his quintessence. There were many people in Hunluo City who hated Wu Yuankai to the bone. There were even more people who wanted to snatch his treasures. Killing Xiao Qin was equivalent to forcing himself into a dead end. Wu Yuankai casually looked around and saw several gazes filled with ill intentions. Why are you still not scramming? Do you really want to throw away your old life here? Xiao Qin shouted. His voice was like thunder, startling the hesitant Wu Yuankai into trembling. After being insulted by Xiao Qin, Wu Yuankai immediately wanted to kill Xiao Qin. However, when he saw the incessant sharpness in Xiao Chen's eyes and that decisive aura, Wu Yuankai subconsciously shrank back. He pointed angrily at Xiao Chen and said, "Just you wait. I will come and take your life in 10 days." After saying that, Wu Yuankai flung his sleeves and quickly left in a flash. The slender heavenly sage laws behind him undulated, showing how sullen Wu Yuankai felt. Shou! 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 In the dark night, several figures with ill intentions followed the direction Wu Yuankai left, disappearing into the darkness. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao opened her eyes wide. She said incredulously, "Xiao Qin, you really scared him away." Xiao Chen said disapprovingly, "This kind of old thing has committed endless sins and killed countless people. He looks like he does not fear death. In reality, he is more worried about his life than anyone else. He has lost his sharpness. No matter how strong he is, there is no need to fear him." Ao Jiao said, "You have to be careful. I feel that there are a few gazes on you. It's fine. This person lured away the big fish. Some Yu clan members want to probe me. I do not mind starting a massacre. Come, let's go directly to the auction house." Not long after, as Ao Jiao said, a slender, black-robed man blocked Xiao Chen's path. That black-robed man had a fiend qi that was different from a human's, sinister and crafty. This person was actually a fiend race, loose, cultivator. Based on his cultivation, he should be a superior grade martial monarch. If he revealed his true form, he should be a peak superior grade martial monarch. Be more proactive and toss out the spatial ring in your hand. I can give you a quick death. The fiend race loose cultivator smiled and stuck out his scarlet tongue, giving off a hissing sound. Just kill him. This fellow is a cultivator of the fiend domain's snake race. If he reveals his true form, he will be especially difficult to deal with. Ao Jiao said quickly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen removed the universe ring in his hand and casually tossed it at this person. Clearly, that snake race cultivator had not expected such a decisive attitude. He only reacted after a while and laughed loudly. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the universe ring. Brat, you are rather tactful. I can choose not to kill you. Bang, bang, bang. The instant Xiao Chen focused his gaze on the universe ring, his vital qi surged through his entire body like a river, giving off rumbling sounds. Xiao Chen took 3 quick steps forward. 1,000,000 kilograms of force struck the ground, causing the sturdy ground to tremble continuously. This startled the snake race, loose, cultivator. However, Xiao Chen had already arrived before him. He burned most of his vital qi and punched. The wind from the fist surged, and the force exploded violently. The sound of thunder shook the air, and the roofs of the surrounding buildings were directly overturned. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Chen's punch carried 1,400 tons of force. It pierced through the snake race cultivator's protective quintessence. The ferocious force immediately shattered his internal organs. The snake race cultivator's hand slackened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling over. Xiao Chen grabbed the universe ring in the air. Then he looked around coldly. Xiao Chen waved his hand and continued forward without looking back. When the restless figures hidden in the darkness saw this scene, they no longer dared to have any other thoughts. They looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure with horrified gazes. Probably by tomorrow, the news of a nameless brat forcing Wu Yuankai to retreat will spread throughout the city. Wu Yuankai is guilty of many crimes. His infamy has spread far and wide. Unexpectedly, a superior grade martial monarch chased him away. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. I have never heard of him before. Recently, Hanluo City has been extraordinarily chaotic. For the sake of the Thunder King's broken sword, several martial sages in seclusion have rushed over. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 major factions have all rushed over as well. Soft discussions resounded in the crowd. As they watched Xiao Chen leave, they sighed. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen appeared below the flourishing Heaven Auction House. Xiao Chen did not know what the flourishing Heaven Auction House was, but the area within 3 kilometers of it was very peaceful. Several of the ferocious loose cultivators forcefully suppressed their baleful auras. The chaotic situation in other places was a stark contrast to this place. Due to the grand auction in 3 days, there were many cultivators coming and going to the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. According to the information that Xiao Chen obtained, not only would the broken sword of the Thunder King's thunder would sword be auctioned in 3 days, but there would also be many other precious treasures. Secret treasures, martial techniques, spirit pills, natural treasures, medicinal pill recipes, and many more. As the only auction house in Hanluo City, the bustling scene was predictable. As Xiao Chen followed the crowd, he could sense several strong cultivators. Xiao Chen noticed 4 or 5 martial sages who hid their auras. The heavenly sage laws behind these people, which could not be seen with the naked eye, were all finger-sized. Furthermore, there were many of them. As they moved up and down, vast spiritual energy poured into their bodies. Wu Yuankai's needle-sized heavenly sage laws could not compare to these people's. It was like comparing a child to an adult. In a fight, these martial sages would be able to crush Wu Yuankai with one punch. Furthermore, the auction had not officially started yet. If it were 3 days later, there would be even more martial sages. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. With the 100,000 astral coins on hand, he would not be able to obtain the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. As for snatching it by force, that was even more impossible. After entering the interior of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiao Chen was immediately dazzled by the treasures in the various cabinets. Several items for auction were displayed in the resplendent hall. With a few casual glances, Xiao Chen discovered several items that interested him. However, when he saw the buyout prices, he could only smile bitterly and withdraw his thoughts. The items that could be displayed in advance would not be the finale of the auction. In other words, the actual auction would be even more shocking than the treasures before him. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, I wonder what is the background of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. How is it able to maintain such a grand display in Hanluo City's provincial capital? When Ao Jiao heard this, she said sullenly, "They have a great background. 5,000 years ago, the flourishing Heaven Pavilion already existed. Their auctions are spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. They also have an auction in the inner city of your Haotian city." Chapter 749. In addition to auctions, they also run many other businesses, such as selling intelligence, processing secret treasures, forging star coins, space exploration, hiring armies, and even auctioning great thousand worlds. After hearing this, Xiao Qin could not help but feel a headache. He secretly clicked his tongue. How is this possible? With such a huge force, wouldn't it be comparable to Bushin Palace? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "In the future, you will know how vast and ancient the Kunlun realm is. It far surpasses your imagination. Several of the ancient sovereign noble clans have even more ancient histories than the Bushin Palace. They have existed for a very long time, becoming immortal." Xiao Chun chatted with Ao Jiao about the past of the Kunlun realm as he casually walked around the hall, admiring the treasures for auction. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a crystal cabinet. Inside was a piece of beast hide paper, which was the formula for a medicinal pill. The breaking sage pill could increase the chances of a cultivator breaking through the bottleneck of martial sage. The price was 30,000 astral coins. A fixed price meant that if a guest could pay that many astral coins, they could take this item away and not appear in the auction. Strange. Why does such a precious pill formula only cost 30,000 star coins? Xiao Chen summoned a pretty maidservant in the hall and voiced his doubts. The bottleneck to martial sage was extremely difficult. How could this alchemic recipe only be worth this much astral coins? The pretty maidservant explained with a smile. "Honored guest, this alchemic recipe uses the refining methods of the immortal epoch. Ever since Grandmaster Jin was killed in the Kunlun realm, this refining method became extinct. Master Jin was a famous Grandmaster alchemist in the history of the Kunlun realm. His achievements on the path of alchemy were so great that later generations could not even see his back. Rumor had it that Shaoqin possessed a spiritual bone and brimmed with talent. In an immortal sect remnant, he obtained the immortal epoch's alchemy methods. After modifying them, he created many peak-grade alchemic recipes. Unfortunately, his appearance destroyed the benefits of the original orthodox alchemists, and he died in an assassination before he was even 30 years old. The breaking sage pill in front of him was a top-grade pill. Even his descendants were unable to learn his pill concoction method. In addition, he had passed away early, so this pill formula had become a mere decoration. There were many similar alchemic recipes circulating in the Kunlun realm. Several alchemists did not believe in heresy and bought them to study. However, not long after, they would return the price at half price. That was because the strange refining method left them completely confused. It had nothing to do with the refining method that they had been taught. They couldn't figure it out at all. After listening, Xiao Chen's heart thumped loudly. However, his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "You are quite honest. You told me everything in detail." The maid smiled tenderly and said, "It's not a secret. That customer must have suffered a great loss to sell it at such a low price. However, with this fixed price of 30,000 star coins, I reckon that no one will buy it. The chances of it being auctioned off in 2 days is very high. I'll buy it." Xiao Chen said to the maid as he looked at the alchemic recipe under the crystal glass with a fervent gaze. Shock flashed in the maid's eyes. She felt it was strange. Why did Xiao Chen still want to buy this alchemic recipe when he knew about its uniqueness? However, there were always some people in this world who would not give up until they ran into a wall. The maid quickly recovered her wits and said, "In that case, come with me to the back to settle the bill. I will bring the alchemic recipe to you immediately." "Wait a moment. You should be collecting dragon bones, right?" 30,000 astral coins was actually quite a lot. A regular half-sage would only have about 200,000 astral coins. As for Xiao Qin, he only had 100,000 astral coins. Spending 30,000 astral coins in one go would inevitably hurt Xiao Qin. Then he thought of the most valuable treasure in his hands. The maidservant leading the way said calmly, "Dragon bones, coiling dragon bones, earth dragon bones, fire dragon bones, flood dragon bones, dragon bones, dragon bones, dragon bones, dragon bones, dragon bones, true dragon bones." The maid instantly stopped and quickly turned around. Then she revealed the sincerest smile and said, "True dragon bones! I'll bring you to the VIP room. A venerate will personally receive you." The pretty maid's expression when she heard about true dragon bones astonished Xiao Qin. "It looks like I underestimated the value of true dragon bones." That is true. Aside from the dragon burial mound, it is hard to find another place with true dragon bones in the vast Kunlun realm. Furthermore, the true dragon cave is not a place you can enter just because you are strong. Most of it depends on luck. In that case, I can probably sell it for a good price. I have more than 100 pieces of true dragon bones. Perhaps I can really redeem you. Haha, in that case you are too naive. How can I be worth so little astral coins? You'd better save them for the things you need. Following behind the maid, Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao quickly conversed. Soon, they arrived at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The maid smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chen. "Please have some tea. I already sent someone to inform the venerates. They will not take long." After knowing that Xiao Chen was selling true dragon bones, the attitude of the maidservant before him underwent a complete change, becoming extremely attentive to his needs. Xiao Chen held the teacup made of glazed purple crystal jade and smiled faintly as he received the teacup. "I am Xiao Mei. I have not asked for young master's name and which sect you are from." The maid named Xiao Mei exuded a boundless charm. She started to try to worm information out of Xiao Chen. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Chen put down the teacup and glanced at the girl. He said softly, "I am from the Haoqian sect, Xiao Qin." Naturally, Xiao Chen would not be easily tempted by this girl. As they chatted, the other party did not manage to obtain any useful information. Creak! Not long after, the doors to the VIP room opened. A noble girl, wearing purple phoenix robes, walked in leisurely. Her jet-black hair was coiled into a cloud-like bun and adorned with a simple-colored phoenix hair ornament. She gave off a feeling that she was ambitious and that she was going straight to the clouds. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was as lustrous as white jade. This girl exuded an air of nobility. Of all the girls that Xiao Qin had seen, only Princess Yingyu could suppress her. "Xiao Mei, you may withdraw first. I will entertain this young master." The maid's red lips parted, and her voice was as clear as flowing water. It was very memorable. Xiao Mei was somewhat startled. She did not know why the one who came was a grand venerate, Nangong Qiong. She replied respectfully and withdrew. "Supreme Sky Sex Xiao Chen, the bearer of the Sky Dome Realm's luck. 3 months ago, you fought against Bai Wuxuet at the Dragon Burial Mound and did not lose 100 moves. Last night, when you fought with Wu Yuankai, you were the one who chased him away." The noble girl smiled gently as she looked at Xiao Chen with a pair of charming eyes. Ao Jiao had already introduced the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's origins. The moment the other party opened her mouth, she revealed her identity. Xiao Qin was not surprised. He sat calmly on the rattan chair and raised his eyelids slightly. He looked at the other party calmly and said, "That is me. However, I do not like to speak nonsense, especially with strangers. Stop trying to probe me." Clearly, this girl had never met someone as direct as Xiao Qin before. He did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Clearly, she was not used to it. "Take out the dragon bones. Let me take a look." Xiao Chun casually tossed, and a segment of true dragon remains slowly drifted towards the other party. Nangong Cheong quickly caught the dragon bone with her lily-white hands. With one look, she knew that it was real. She raised her head and said, "It is indeed a true dragon bone. Although it is a subordinate dragon of a low status, it is still very valuable. This segment can be exchanged for 2,000 astral coins." 2,000 astral coins. Xiao Qin had more than 100 segments. He kept some for his own use and sold 100 segments. That was 200,000 astral coins. Xiao Qin had not expected the true dragon bone in his hands to be so valuable. Given this, he would not need to be a spectator in this auction. Deal. I have 100 segments of true dragon bone. We can make the transaction now. Nangong Cheong had not expected such a large sum. She hesitated for a while, but did not rush to speak. Xiaoqin frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me? Or does your flourishing heaven pavilion feel that there is no need to collect so many true dragon bones?" "No. Young master, don't misunderstand. True dragon bones have always been rare and have many wondrous uses. Naturally, the flourishing heaven pavilion will not complain about having too many. However, if you sell such a large number of dragon bones to me in Hunluo City, you will suffer a great loss." Xiao Qin asked interestedly, "What do you mean?" "It is just across from the flourishing heaven pavilion. The shops of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School purchase dragon bones all year round. Furthermore, they sell them at twice the market price." After understanding the situation, Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Then he looked at the other party and said, "You are an interesting person. Instead of doing business, you are pushing it away. Hand over the alchemic recipe. I'll buy it." No matter how interesting the other party was, Xiao Qin could not let himself suffer a loss. Naturally, he would not come here to sell the dragon bones. Nangong Cheong felt somewhat angry. Earlier, this fellow was praising her. Now he changed the topic and made his intentions clear. Nangong Cheong handed over the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill and said, "This breaking sage pill is priced at 30,000 astral coins. Actually, that is an exorbitant price. If you really want to buy it, the base price of 10,000 astral coins is more than enough." "Oh, in that case, I'll auction it off in 2 days. Goodbye," Xiaoqin said as he stood up. Seeing Xiaoqin leave just like that, Nangong Cheong felt extremely depressed. Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoqin had already opened the door and left, disappearing long ago. Outside the flourishing heaven pavilion, Ao Jiao felt suspicious. She said, "It looks like that girl still has something to say. Why did you not give her a chance at all?" Xiao Chun said softly, "This woman's origins are unknown. She is strong and has many thoughts. It is best to have less contact with her. I wonder, why is this Eternal Heavenly Sword School spending so much money to purchase dragon bones?" Ao Jiao analyzed rationally. It should be to refine medicinal pills. True dragon remains are an essential ingredient for many sage-grade medicinal pills. Such a large-scale purchase shows that the success rate of this medicinal pill is much lower than that of a regular sage-grade medicinal pill. They need to have sufficient true dragon remains. Xiao Qin raised his head and looked to the front. Then he said, "We have arrived at the Eternal Heavenly Herb Store." What Nangong Cheong said was true. There was indeed an Eternal Heavenly Sword School herb store across from the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. They could see it after a few steps. After entering, Xiao Qin stated his purpose for coming. The manager immediately beamed with joy and completed the transaction with Xiao Qin. The 100-segment true dragon remains were exchanged for a total of 400,000 astral coins. This way, Xiao Qin had more than 500,000 astral coins on him. Chapter 750. A regular inferior grade martial sage would be worth no more than 2 million astral coins. Given Xiao Qin's current cultivation, 500,000 astral coins would be an instant fortune. Young master, please wait a moment. Our young master would like to invite you upstairs for a chat. After the transaction, the plump shopkeeper invited Xiaoqin. This herb store belonged to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The young master that the shopkeeper mentioned should be the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School wanted to auction off the broken part of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. It was not strange that the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School would come personally. Xiao Chen had long wanted to see the Eternal Heavenly Sword School for himself. He did not hesitate to agree. On the second floor, Xiao Chen saw the young master that the shopkeeper mentioned. He was about 27 or 28 years old, considered very young in the Kunlun realm. Mo Lingtian looked handsome and had a deep cultivation, a half-sage. Sparks of electricity leaped about in the depths of his eyes. An indistinct sword intent occasionally flickered in the electric light. Behind Mo Lingtian, Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered heavenly sage laws comparable to Wu Yuankai's. This person was not simple. However, this was not what Xiao Chen was concerned about. What he was more concerned about was that when Mo Lingtian first saw him, a hard-to-detect, killing intent flashed in his eyes. White-robed bladesman, I have heard of your great name long ago. You should have obtained these 100 pieces of true dragon bones at the Dragon Burial Mound, right? It looks like the rumor of you receiving 100 moves from Bai Wuxiue is true. Although Mo Lingtian said this, the arrogance on his face did not diminish. He did not truly care about Xiao Qin. If not for the savage battlefield being so far from Hanluo City, I believe we would have met already. Xiao Qin casually replied, waiting for the other party to get to the point. Mo Lingtian asked in an aloof manner, half a month ago, you killed 2 half-sages near Azure Peak City. Is that true? Yes, I did indeed kill 2 blind half-sages. Does your distinguished self have any advice for me? The other party's tone was unfriendly, and Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. Mo Lingtian's gaze sank. He said, unfortunately, those 2 clans are subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. You killed the people of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. So that's how it was. Xiao Qin finally understood why the other party's eyes flashed with killing intent when they saw him. What a coincidence. I actually took the initiative to deliver myself to your doorstep. How does young Master Mo intend to deal with me? However, there was nothing to be afraid of. He had the support of the 9 ranks of the great families, the Haotian sect. The sect had a great emperor. Even if the other party had the guts, they would not dare to do anything to him. Mo Lingtian waved his hand casually and said disapprovingly, 2 half-sages. So what if I kill them? Furthermore, they have already pledged their allegiance to the magnificent Fiend Hall. The one who wants to kill you is the magnificent Fiend Hall. I have another purpose in looking for you. If you agree, you will be a friend of mine, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School can also guarantee your safety. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled coldly in his heart. Where does this Mo Lingtian get his arrogance from? Not only is there no payment, but he wants to move me with just a few empty words. Becoming friends with you, Mo Lingtian, is a very glorious thing. Do you really think that you are a martial emperor? I need your Eternal Heavenly Sword School to guarantee my safety. Since when did the Eternal Heavenly Sword School become more arrogant than the Haotian sect? How about it? I have been polite enough to you, right? Not only can I write off the matter of you killing the subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School, but we can also work together in the future. Mo Lingtian said confidently as he looked at Xiao Qin. He did not want to fall out with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School so early. He still needed to help Ao Jiao figure out the true identity of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage. Xiao Qin endured the unhappiness in his heart and revealed a smile. Young Master Mo is very magnanimous. What is it? Speak. Mo Lingtian had already expected Shao, Chen's reply. He stood up and smiled. Come to my eternal heavenly sword school 10 days from now. You will know then. That's right. Here is a ticket to the auction. You will be able to sit in the first 2 rows. Take it. Not just anyone can buy it. Mo Lingtian casually waved his hand and tossed a ticket to Shao Qin. He looked like he was giving away something incredible. If Mo Lingtian knew that Shao Qin did not even care about the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's Nangongqiong, he would not feel so superior. Shao Qin pretended to be pleasantly surprised. He received the ticket and said, Young Master Mo is very capable. To think that you can give away such a precious ticket so casually. Mo Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a cocky expression. He said, It is just a small matter. If you become my friend, I can even get you a VIP card for the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. After Shao Chun left, the door to the back of the room opened. An old man with unfathomable cultivation and as straight as a sword appeared. Unexpectedly, he was a martial sage. The old man said with a sullen expression, Young master, do you really intend to bring him to the Heavenly Rock King's Star Grave Palace? He has caused our eternal Heavenly Sword School to lose a lot of face. A heavy murderous intent flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He said, naturally not. If not for the Haoqin sect, I would be able to squish him to death with a wave of my hand. The Star Grave Palace is filled with danger. Furthermore, martial sages and above cannot enter. When he no longer has any value, I will just kill him. No one will know that I did it. The old man said with some worry in his eyes. However, news of the opening of the Star Grave Palace has already spread. Not only will the 6 big sects of our Hunluo province rush over, but several young experts of the fiend race will also rush over. Adding such an uncertain factor into the mix, isn't that a little risky? Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully and said, Did you see his expression just now? Just giving him some small favors, and he became so happy. How could such a fellow escape from my palm? I am a peerless genius who will definitely become the everlasting Sky Emperor. Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully. After leaving the herb store, Shao Qin casually tossed aside the ticket. Then he spent 300 astral coins to buy a seat in the first row. In the Magnificent Fiend Hall's Western District, the yellow-robed man in the Magnificent Fiend Hall's branch looked at Wu Yuankai expressionlessly, clearly unhappy. What a piece of trash! He could not even deal with a superior grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he was scared away. Wu Yuankai felt very sullen, but he could not rebut. No matter what, the fact that Shao Qin scared him away could not be changed. Wu Yuankai's face twisted in dissatisfaction. After a long time, he said sullenly, I was careless. However, your people did not tell me everything. They did not say that his physical strength had already reached 100 kilograms of force. Cut the crap. I will give you 10 more days. This is your last chance, the yellow-robed man said in a cold voice. Wu Yuankai raised his head and said, The difficulty has increased. I want the remaining half of the reward. Give it to me now, or else you can go and find someone else. The yellow-robed man had not expected Wu Yuankai to raise the price. He could not help but rage in his heart. However, he endured it in the end. He tossed out a spatial ring and said, 100,000 astral coins. If you fail the mission, you can forget about remaining in Hunluo City in the future. Wu Yuankai caught the spatial ring, and a greedy expression appeared on his face. He said, Don't worry. He will leave the city sooner or later. At that time, if I do not have anything to fear, he will die for sure. After Wu Yuankai left, an impressive-looking youth walked out of the hall. The fiend energy in his body surged like it would erupt at any moment. This youth's chi and blood were as vigorous as the blazing sun. As he walked, he was like a huge elephant walking on the plains, heavy and filled with power. This was a cultivator of the Fiend Domain's elephant race. The youth asked, "What's wrong?" "That brat is not easy to deal with. Do you need me to make a move?" When the yellow-robed man saw this youth, he immediately withdrew the rage on his face. He said, "There's no need. I have already prepared a foolproof plan. Young Hall Master, there is no need to bother with such a small matter." The magnificent fiend, Hall's young Hall Master, did not mind. He said, "How many astral coins can the branch give me?" "I need 3 peak, defensive, superior grade, secret treasures for this auction. Otherwise, the Stargrave Palace will not be confident." "Don't worry. The Hall Master has already informed us. 500,000 astral coins have already been prepared," the yellow-robed man said, having prepared for this long ago. The youth, with surging fiend energy, smiled in satisfaction. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a resolute gaze, "As long as I can obtain the fragment of the great rock Spreading Wings painting, even if I cannot advance to martial sage, I will be able to obtain another 100 heavenly sage laws, increasing my strength by 50%. When the yellow-robed man heard about the great rock Spreading Wings painting, he could not help but reveal an expression of yearning. He said, "I heard that the Heavenly Rock King condensed all his comprehensions before he died into this great rock Spreading Wings painting. Although it has already shattered into pieces, even a martial sage would benefit greatly from it. Unfortunately, even sovereign martial emperors cannot break into that Stargrave Palace. Only those below martial sage can enter. Otherwise, this old man would join in the excitement." The youth smiled faintly and said, "Haha, if there are more of the painting pieces, I can bring one for Elder Huang." The yellow-robed man quickly performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, I thank young Hall Master in advance." 2 days later, the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's large-scale auction began as scheduled. All the superior-grade martial monarchs and above in Hunluo City rushed over. The crowd moved like a river flowing into the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's hall. Dressed in a black cloak, Shaoqin stood in a pavilion across the hall. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. There are probably more than 6,000 people. Even a sovereign sect would not have so many superior-grade martial monarchs. There were limited seats in the auction, so only superior-grade martial monarchs could enter. However, there were still so many people rushing over. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing such a scene, so he was somewhat astonished. That is normal. More than half of the loose cultivators of the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain are gathered here. It is not strange for so many superior-grade martial monarchs and above to arrive. Ao Jiao had seen many grand scenes before. These were much more majestic and much calmer than Xiao Chen's. After 1 hour, the crowd slowly thinned. Xiao Chen prepared to enter as well. Just at this moment, a familiar figure slowly appeared in Xiao Chen's vision from a distance. It was a delicate and charming woman in white clothes. Her skin was white like jade, and it seemed as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. Her pure and cute face carried a natural charm. Her curvaceous and alluring body made people unable to control the flames in their hearts. With a swoosh, they started to burn. As she walked, the wine gourd hanging at her waist swayed back and forth. Her face was in high spirits, radiating charm. The moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 751. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned and stopped what he was doing. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "It has been almost 2 years since I last saw this girl after the 5-nation youth competition. TSK, is this the little fox that I hugged back then?" I did not dare to imagine that not only did she manage to take human form, but she even looks so alluring. Ao Jiao's eyes were filled with shock as well. "Hey, who's that man beside her?" His gaze seems to be very ambiguous. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and pulled down the hood of his cloak. He said calmly, "He is probably one of her pursuers. Let's go. It's time for us to go in." Wait, you are not going to meet this girl. It is not time yet. Mu Xinya's group of 4 chatted softly on the street in front of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion. I heard that, aside from the Broken Thunder King's mulberry sword, there will be several peak superior grade secret treasures. Even sage grade secret treasures, which are even more precious than superior grade secret treasures, will appear in this auction. Jiang Zimo spoke calmly, just like when he was in the Sky Dome realm. That's right. This auction is held by the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion only once a year. Although the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hanluo City is not large, it will definitely have many good items. We will definitely be able to buy some of the secret treasures that we want in the Star Grave Palace. The person who took over the conversation was a rather pretty man beside Bai. His handsome appearance gave off a mesmerizing aura. His exquisite facial features looked like they were carved. His eyebrows looked like they came from a painting, and his eyes were as black as the stars. It was a face that women would be jealous of. The only flaw was that although he was handsome, he was slightly lacking in masculinity. His temperament was somewhat feminine. However, this was not a big deal. Some women might even be more attracted to him. Mu Xinya smiled slightly and said, "Ha ha! Young Master Xuanyu is an outstanding genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. It looks like he is confident of obtaining the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting fragment." It turned out that this person was a fiend race cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. No wonder he was so pretty. After the Spirit Fox race took human form, they were all handsome men and pretty women. They were very charming. Xian Yu smiled faintly and glanced at Mu Xinya. An undetectable, possessive look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "That's easy. The 2 of you are Xiao Bai's friends. The benefits we obtain this time will definitely include the 2 of you." Just at this moment, Xiao Bai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Her eyebrows, which were like willow leaves, were gently knitted together. Her expression was one of pleasant surprise and confusion. "Bai, what's wrong?" Xian Yu hurriedly stepped forward and asked. "Xiao," Bai said somewhat uncertainly, "I seem to have felt elder brother Xiao Chen's aura earlier. However, in the blink of an eye, that aura hid itself. I don't know if elder brother Xiao Chen is here." When Mu Xinya and Jiang Zimo heard Xiao Chen's name, their faces lit up with joy. They said, "That can't be wrong, right? This is Hanluo City. It is very far from Haotian City." Bai squinted slightly and smiled. "That should be wrong. If elder brother Xiao Chen was nearby, how could I not see Bai?" When Xuanyu, who was at the side, heard Bai mention Xiao Chen's name, his expression turned unnatural. There was an expression of jealousy in his eyes. Xuanyu recovered his composure and smiled warmly. He changed the topic and said, "Let's go, the auction is about to start. If we do not go in now, we will miss it." The 4 of them did not notice a black-cloaked person standing below a pavilion not far away. That person was currently watching them enter the gates of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. "You are extraordinarily ruthless. Unexpectedly, you took the initiative to hide your aura," Ao Jiao said as she clicked her tongue. Earlier, when Xiao Qin leaped off the pavilion, he immediately felt a strange connection. Although the blood contract between him and Bai had been erased by Zishuan, the 2 of them had been together for a long time. They had experienced many life and death situations. Some things could not be broken on a whim. It was hard to explain that strange feeling. Xiao Chen had no choice but to hide his aura. Only then did he barely manage to fool Xiao Chen. We have not dealt with Wu Yuankai's problem yet. That Mo Lingtian is not a good person, either. If we meet her now, it will only put her in more danger. As long as I know that she is safe, it will be fine. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future. After a while, Xiao Chen said softly, "That Silver Moon Spirit Fox cultivator called Xuanyu is very strong, no weaker than Mo Lingtian. Furthermore, based on his appearance, he is not a good person." Ao Jiao's eyes had always been sharp. The hidden message in Xian Yu's eyes did not escape her eyes. Naturally, it was impossible for Shao Chen not to see it. He said indifferently, "I hope he does not do anything stupid." Shao Chen walked forward and soon entered the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's hall. The hall on the first floor was completely different from the last time Shao Chen had visited 2 days ago. The booths that were originally filled with items for auction had all been moved away and replaced with rows of seats. It was noisy, and the hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. It seemed to be extraordinarily bustling, and all sorts of discussions could be heard without end. Shao Chen looked at his ticket and quickly found the spot that belonged to him. The auction platform was 500 meters in front of him. It was a pretty good seat, and there were no star coins to spend. This auction is really extraordinary. Not only are there many martial sages cultivating in seclusion, but there are also many martial sages. The top true inheritors of the eternal Heavenly Sword School, the Bone Mausoleum Hall, the Blood Shadow Sect, the Magnificent Fiend Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the Soaring Serpent Mansion are all here. Most of those martial sages are here for the broken sword of the Thunder King, Sang Mu. I wonder, why are the top true inheritors of these large sects rushing over? Indeed, this is really strange. There have been auctions in the past, but I have never heard of the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects rushing over. Never mind. This has nothing to do with us. I just want to see if there is a chance to win a weapon that I can use. The moment Shao Chen sat down, some of the discussions nearby entered his ears. Unexpectedly, the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects all rushed over. Shao Chen could not help feeling mildly astonished. Shao Chen extended his spiritual sense into the hall. Soon he picked up several strong auras that were no weaker than Wu Yuankai's. Furthermore, they were all young. If Shao Chen guessed right, they should be the top true inheritors of the 6 large sections. There were several stronger auras in the VIP rooms on the 2nd floor. The heavenly sage laws around them were all as thick as a finger, numbering in the hundreds. These auras were far from what a half-sage could compare to. There were also many martial sages here. Shao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and entered deep thought. For some reason, he felt that a storm was brewing. This auction was just a prelude to something that was about to happen. The true inheritors of the 6 large sects and the hidden strong half-sages might all be here for the same purpose. I wonder if Mo Lingtian calling me over has anything to do with this matter? Suddenly, the noisy hall turned quiet. Shao Chen looked up and saw a white-haired old man wearing luxurious gold-lined clothes, slowly walking over from the auction platform. Everyone, welcome to Hunluo City's flourishing Heaven Pavilion's annual auction. I am Old Qin, the host of this auction. I will not speak any nonsense. I will directly reveal the first item. Old Qin appeared to be very capable. After a simple opening speech, he directly lifted the black cloth on the auction stage. An exquisite pagoda that looked like a cockroach appeared in front of everyone. Boom! Old Qin casually waved his hand and infused some quintessence into the pagoda. The spiritual energy in the surroundings started fluctuating intensely. Ethereal, sagely music came from the pagoda. Shao Chen's pupils constricted as he infused his spiritual sense into his eyes. When he looked carefully, he discovered strands of heavenly sage laws around the pagoda. This was actually a sage-grade secret treasure that surpassed peak, superior-grade secret treasures. Several half-sages would not be able to afford such an item even if they sold everything they had. Even if they bought it, they would not be able to sustain the consumption of such a secret treasure. The cultivators here were at least superior-grade martial monarchs. Their knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare to. Soon, they recognized the origins of this secret treasure. Unexpectedly, it is a sage-grade secret treasure. This first item is really enviable. Pagoda-type secret treasures are usually defensive. If I can obtain it, I will be able to protect myself against a martial sage. Fool! Not to mention whether you can afford it or not. You have not comprehended any heavenly sage laws. It would be difficult for you to bring out the might of such a secret treasure. You would barely be able to activate it once. Hee. I know, but I was just saying it casually. This sage, grade secret treasure is definitely prepared for those major characters and the true inheritors of the 6 major factions. We can only look at it. One sage, grade, secret treasure immediately stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction hall. Old Chin smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the effect. As you all expected, this is a defensive, inferior, grade sage, grade secret treasure. It contains 32 heavenly sage laws and can protect one's life at a crucial moment. The starting bid is 50,000 astral coins. Old Chin stroked his beard as he spoke in a calm voice. 50,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 50 million superior grade spirit stones. This was a rather large sum and was suitable as the starting bid for a sage grade secret treasure. 200,000. Right after Old Chin spoke, someone immediately made a bid. Furthermore, the bid was raised to 200,000 astral coins in one go. Xiao Qin looked over. The one who made the bid was a young man with sinister eyes, like a venomous snake. He was already a half-sage. This person had 11 needle-like, black, heavenly sage laws around him. His strength was only slightly weaker than the evil man Wu Yuankai's. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and made a mental note of this person. Hanluo province was not very large, but there were many demonic geniuses gathered here. For this person to reach half-sage at such a young age and even comprehend heavenly sage laws, he was not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Unfortunately, when Xiao Qin fought by Wu Xue, he was only a medial grade martial monarch and did not have a clear sense of heavenly sage laws. If Xiao Qin had sensed them at that time and focused his spiritual sense on his eyes, he would have been able to see how many heavenly sage laws by Wu Xue had comprehended. If Xiao Qin compared this person's strength to Bai Wu Xue's, he would have been able to see the difference in strength. Someone recognized this person and said, "It is the top true inheritor of the soaring serpent mansion, Zhua Guangyuan. He is really rich," directly raising the bid to 4 times the astral coins. Chapter 752. Zhua Guangyuan's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was clear that he was determined to obtain that sage grade pagoda. The moment he opened his mouth, he shocked most of the people. This immediately extinguished the flames of desire in many people's hearts. 200,000 astral coins. An ordinary half-sage would only have that much wealth. Xiao Qin was very interested in the sage grade pagoda. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet and could not refine it. It was not worth it to buy it. The hall fell silent. For now, no one made another bid. Disappointment appeared in Old Chin's eyes. A inferior grade sage grade secret treasure could sell for 100,000 astral coins. 200,000 astral coins was indeed a great profit. However, this was an auction. If someone bid, the price could continue to rise. 230,000. However, it was clear that Old Chin's worries were unfounded. Someone immediately raised the bid to 30,000 astral coins. The one who made the bid was the magnificent Fiend Hall's young hall master, Xiang Fei. 250,000. 270,000. 300,000. Soon, the top true inheritors of the 6 factions called out their bids. The competition was intense, and the price kept rising. From the initial 50,000 astral coins, the price rose 6-fold to 300,000 astral coins. This was already a horrifying number. However, what surprised Xiao Qin was that none of the martial sages in the VIP rooms on the 2nd floor made a bid. They did not seem to care about this sage grade secret treasure. Ao Jiao explained, "Defensive secret treasures are very valuable. However, this pagoda contains too few heavenly Tao laws, not even 50. To those martial sages, it is not enough. It is of little value and is not worth spending a lot of money on. Xiao Qin now understood. It turned out that there was such a logic behind this. On the other side, Xian Yu, who was seated at the back, said, "Bai, do you want this sage grade pagoda? If you do, I can help you buy it." Bai was somewhat distracted. He smiled politely and said there is no need. It is too expensive. Seeing Bai reject him so straightforwardly, Xian Yu smiled embarrassedly. His handsome face showed some embarrassment. Eventually, this sage grade pagoda reached a price of 350,000 astral coins. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's M.O. Lingtian won it. After M.O. Lingtian obtained the sage grade pagoda, he revealed a cocky expression. Then, he gestured at Zhuo Guangyuan to show off, angering the other party so much that he gritted his teeth. After successfully obtaining a good start, Old Qin's mood was very good. He immediately revealed the second auction item. It was a heaven-ranked spear art. To any martial monarch, a heaven-ranked martial technique was a trump card. No one would complain about having too many trump cards. In addition, there were quite a few cultivators who used spears at the scene. After an intense bidding war, the spear was sold for an extremely high price. Many of the treasures auctioned next were rare items. Of course, there were also some items that weren't very valuable that were left unsold. There were no treasures that could excite Xiao Qin, so he did not make a move. However, he treated it as an eye-opener, so it was not boring. The next item up for auction is a pill formula. The pill formula records the refining method of the breaking sage pill. Of course, I believe you all know that the refining method of this medicinal pill is an immortal Tao alchemy. It is completely different from the current refining methods. The starting bid is 10,000 astral coins. When Xiao Qin heard Old Qin's voice, he perked up. The thing he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Haha! I wonder which unlucky alchemist got cheated and ended up selling this alchemy recipe cheaply. How unfortunate! If he could really refine the breaking sage pill, the value of this alchemy recipe would be 10 or 20 times higher. What is the point of saying all this? After Great Master Jin died, no one in the Kunlun realm could learn immortal Tao alchemy. Clearly, the people present were familiar with the alchemy recipe for the breaking sage pill. They discussed it in low voices, but no one made a bid. Old Qin had expected this long ago. The chances of this alchemy recipe going unsold were very high. However, it was not a true treasure. So be it. 11,000. Just as Old Qin prepared the next item, Xiao Qin raised his bid by 1,000 astral coins. What a fool! Another person thinks that he is the reincarnation of Great Master Jin, able to refine the breaking sage pill. Ha ha! There are fools every year. There is never a lack of them. Seeing someone buy this thing that was definitely a loss, several people immediately mocked him. Only Old Qin, who was on the auction platform, smiled happily. It was as though he feared that Xiao Qin would go back on his word. He picked up the hammer and was about to smash it down. 20,000 astral coins. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A voice suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, someone made a bid. Furthermore, this person raised the bid to 20,000 astral coins in one go. Who is this? Everyone could not help but look over curiously. They discovered it was a mysterious cultivator wearing black robes and a mask. No one could guess his origins. On the other side, under the cloak, Xiao Qin's expression was extremely calm. He said 30,000, 40,000. Right after Xiao Qin raised the bid to 30,000, the black-robed masked man immediately raised it to 40,000. Old Qin, who was just about to smash the hammer, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could not understand what was going on. This was an alchemic recipe that was clearly a scam. Why would someone bid for it? Furthermore, this person even raised the bid to 40,000 astral coins. Xiao Qin had to obtain the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill. Others might not know any immortal alchemy, but Xiao Chen was an exception. The trash in the eyes of others was a supreme treasure in Xiao Chen's eyes. He absolutely could not let it go. Xiao Qin, whose face was mostly covered by the shadow of his hood, opened his mouth again. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. Every time Xiao Chun raised the bid by 10,000, the mysterious masked man would not hesitate to raise the bid by another 10,000, as though he was certain he would win. This repeated over and over again. When the bid reached 200,000 astral coins, the two of them still did not show any signs of stopping. In the auction hall, the mockery that was originally mixed with various voices gradually stopped. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Quite a few people had their mouths wide open, completely dumbfounded by what they saw. 400,000, 400,000. Under the bidding of the two, the price of the breaking sage pill soared until it reached a level that everyone found incredulous. The price of an insignificant breaking sage pill's alchemic recipe far surpassed that of a sage-grade secret treasure. This defied logic. No matter how hard they thought, they could not figure out what was going on. The gazes of everyone in the hall focused on the two mysterious bidders. Even the several martial sages on the second floor, who were as calm as Mount Tai, cast doubtful gazes. Xiao Qin raised his head slightly and looked up. Only when he reached the railing at the top floor of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion did he stop. Behind a railing, Nan Gongqiang smiled faintly and exchanged gazes with Xiao Qin mischievously. It was hard to imagine that this girl, who normally exuded a noble air, could have such a cheerful expression. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly, stopping his bid. Ao Jiao clicked her tongue and said, "That's for acting cool. Now you know the consequences of offending a woman, right?" Since Xiao Chun stopped bidding, naturally, there would not be a third person. Just like that, the breaking sage pill that no one cared about was sold for a price even higher than that of a sage-grade secret treasure. 410,000 astral coins. Such a high price startled everyone. As they looked at the mysterious masked person, they all tried to guess which deity this person was. Why would he spend so much money on a useless alchemic recipe? If you still want the breaking sage pill, come and look for me after the auction ends. A melodious voice entered Xiao Chen's mind. When he looked up, he saw Nan Gongqiang blinking at him. She smiled faintly and retreated. Xiao Chen frowned in confusion. What is this woman trying to do? On the other side, Bai looked at Xiao Qin, who wore a black cloak and wrapped himself up tightly. An expression of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. There was no mistaking it. Although that person's voice had been altered, Bai could still tell that it was Xiao Chen's voice. However, even though Bai's thoughts were as pure as before, she was no longer as ignorant as before. Elder brother Xiao Chen would definitely not avoid me for no reason. There must be a reason. When Xian Yu saw a smile on Bai's face and an excited expression on her face, he followed her gaze and could not help but ask curiously, "Bai, did you meet someone familiar?" Bai withdrew her gaze, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She smiled and said, "No, I just feel that it is strange that that person spent so much money to buy the breaking sage pill." Xian Yu smiled in understanding. The breaking sage pill is a scam in the first place. However, there will always be people who believe in it. There is no need to care about it. Old Qin, who was on the stage, revealed an expression of wild joy. He quickly hammered the gavel. This was truly a pleasant surprise, truly shocking. The auction continued. The next item was a defensive peak, superior grade, secret treasure, an inner vest. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 great factions fought intensely for a defensive peak secret treasure. The 6 people took turns bidding, pushing a peak superior grade secret treasure worth 70 to 80,000 astral coins to more than 200,000 astral coins. In the end, the Blood Shadow Sect's Tung Pung obtained it. If there were no more peak superior grade defensive secret treasures, there would be waves of climaxes. All sorts of bids would shake the hearts of the crowd. This made the ordinary cultivators truly understand what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Originally, Xiao Chan wanted to exchange his inner vest for a peak superior grade secret treasure. However, when he saw the situation, he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Qin did not earn his astral coins easily. He did not want to be a sucker. However, the next item was a secret manual that attracted Xiao Chen's attention. It was a peak heaven ranked martial technique known as the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Heaven ranked martial techniques were not rare in the Kunlun realm. However, peak martial techniques with astronomical prices were not that common. Several rank 9 sects only had a few of them. Furthermore, one needed to make a great contribution to obtain one. Otherwise, even true inheritors would not have a chance to practice it. The moment this fist technique appeared, it quickly attracted the attention of several people. Even the martial sages on the second floor cast their gazes over. However, Old Qin's next words dampened everyone's interest. This is a deity race martial technique. As everyone knows, aside from talent, the deity race martial techniques have certain requirements for mental energy and vital qi. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to practice them to the strongest level. The deity race was born with divine strength. Their physical bodies were much stronger than humans. Furthermore, they mainly cultivated mental energy. Hence, the focus of their martial techniques was different from that of humans. Chapter 753. Although they both cultivated the martial Tao, they each had their own specialties. Human martial techniques focused on state and form, while deity race martial techniques focused on spirituality. They developed in a slightly different direction. However, it was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. It still depended on the individual. The starting price is 50,000 astral coins. Start bidding. After Old Qin finished his introduction, he looked down with some anticipation. No matter what, this was a peak heaven ranked martial technique. There would definitely be a market for it. Vital Qi is still fine. However, deity race martial techniques have very high requirements for mental energy. If you really practice it, you will only be able to bring out the might of a regular heaven ranked martial technique. However, this price is still fair. You did not ask for an exorbitant price. If it does not exceed 100,000 astral coins, I can consider it. Although it was a deity race heaven ranked martial technique, many people were still very interested. After a few bids, this Myriad Heaven Divine Fist reached 80,000 astral coins. 150,000 astral coins. A voice filled with desolate killing intent came from one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. In an instant, many excited cultivators were killed. That voice seemed to have a strong deterrent force. The moment it appeared, no one dared to make a sound. It looked like the owner of this voice was familiar to many of the cultivators here. Several of the cultivators who had the ability to bid remained silent. They did not want to compete with that person, or rather, they did not dare to. The third rank of the 10 evils, Zhong Zhenghao, actually wants this deity race martial technique. This is really strange. His famous consummate technique is already a peak heaven ranked martial technique. Who knows? It is impossible to guess the thoughts of these major characters. Soft discussions broke out in the surroundings. It turned out that the person who bid was the infamous Zhong Zhenghao in Hunluo City. The others did not want to get involved with him, so they gave up on bidding. Although my Dragon Claw Fist is barely sufficient, it can no longer keep up with my progress. Back when I fought with Wu Yuankai, if I had an even more powerful fist technique, I would not have needed to use schemes to scare away my opponent. I would have been able to make him stay. This myriad heaven divine fist is like it was tailor-made for me. My vital chi and mental energy are far stronger than ordinary people. I can definitely cultivate this martial technique to the peak. Xiao Qin thought for a while and quickly made a decision. He said, 200,000 astral coins. The entire arena was silent. Countless gazes turned towards Xiao Qin. Did this fellow not know who he was fighting with? That was the third ranked of Hunluo City's 10 great evildoers, a bona fide martial sage expert. He was definitely a major character in Hunluo City. The true disciples of the 6 great system-allocated sects were also very curious. They gathered their gazes on Xiao Qin, wanting to find out just who this person was. What trump card did Xiao Qin have to dare offend a martial sage, loose cultivator? However, all of them were disappointed without exception. Xiao Qin's divine sense formed an invisible barrier around him, blocking all the incoming mental power outside. Haha, little fellow, you are good. I'll leave this deity race martial technique with you for safekeeping. A sinister laugh sounded in his mind. Zhong Zhenghao had given up on the auction. It seemed like he was planning to kill and rob. That made sense. Loose cultivators had always been like this. Furthermore, they needed to save enough astral coins for the broken mulberry sword. They would not spend too much on this deity race martial technique. Xiao Qin ignored this person's threat. The myriad heaven divine fist was very useful to him. He had to obtain it. No matter who it was, he had to fight for it. The grand finale of the auction was about to begin. However, Xiao Qin was not in the mood to remain. After offending a martial sage, it was best to leave early. Taking advantage of the bustling auction, Xiao Qin quietly left the hall. He went to the back and paid the 200,000 astral coins, obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist. The cover and paper of the myriad heaven divine fist were all golden. When Xiao Qin held it in his hand, it felt very heavy. A divine aura spread out from it. Xiao Qin casually flipped through a few pages. Immediately, he felt his mental energy being drawn out like a surging river. Golden light continuously poured out from the pages. As the light flickered, the divine aura became even more vast. Scenes of deities fighting and killing appeared before Xiao Qin's eyes. Those were distant myths and epics, magnificent and boundless. Xiao Qin closed the book with a paw sound. Although he appeared fatigued, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. To others, the myriad heaven divine fist could only be used as an ordinary heaven-ranked martial technique. However, to Xiao Qin, it was a bona fide peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Young Master Xiao, Venerable Nangong invites you for a gathering. The manservant in the hall said respectfully to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had expected this long ago. He withdrew the myriad heaven divine fist and smiled. Lead the way. In the most magnificent room on the top floor of the flourishing heaven pavilion, Xiao Qin saw Nangong Qiong toying with the breaking sage pills alchemic recipe. Xiao Qin did not stand on ceremony. He sat down across from Nangong Qiong and poured himself a cup of fine wine on the table. Haha, young master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. A trash-like breaking sage pill actually sold for 400,000 astral coins. Nangong Qiong had a rough understanding of alchemy. However, when she looked at the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill, she felt confused. The method of extracting liquid, condensing the pill, and molding it was completely different from what she knew. Now, she even felt somewhat curious. Did Xiao Qin really grasp the Immortal Tao's alchemy method? He was not like other alchemists who only wanted to use this alchemic recipe to broaden their horizons. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. In the long history of the Kunlun realm, there had been countless geniuses in alchemy. However, aside from Grandmaster Jin, no one else had grasped the Immortal Tao's alchemy method. Nangong Qiong did not believe that the person before her could grasp it. That would be too shocking. Regardless of the reason, Nangong Cheong only needed to know that Xiao Qin cared a lot about this alchemic recipe. Xiao Qin put down his wine cup and stared at the other party for a while. Then he smiled and said, "You are really an interesting person. 2 days ago, you told me that the base price of this alchemic recipe was already too high. 2 days later, you spent 410,000 astral coins to buy it. At that time, the base price of the alchemic recipe was 30,000 astral coins. If Xiao Chen wanted to buy it in advance, he would have needed to spend 30,000 astral coins. When Xiao Chen heard that the base price was already too high, he decided to give up on the base price. He planned to wait until the auction. At that time, he would be able to save 20,000 astral coins. Naturally, Xiao Chen was happy to save 20,000 astral coins by waiting 2 days. However, he had not expected this girl to play tricks on him. Nangong Cheong's lips curled up, not caring about Xiao Chen's teasing. She said, "Since you like to hide from me so much, I can only use some unconventional methods. I'll cut to the chase. I need you to help me with something. After this is done, not only will I give you this alchemic recipe for free, but I will also give you 400,000 astral coins." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and entered deep thought. During today's auction, the top true inheritors of the 6 major sects fought over defensive superior grade secret treasures. The price they spent was more than double that of usual. If not for some urgent matter, they would not have been so generous. Only a sufficiently large profit could make this group of people pay up. Several 100,000 astral coins was not a small sum to anyone. If I guessed correctly, the thing you want me to help you with is 10 days from now, right? When Nangong Cheong heard this, shock appeared on her smooth, jade-like face. She said, "You are new to Hunluo City and have no background. How did you know?" Indeed, this confirmed some of his guesses. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "I do not know anything. However, I will not have time in 10 days. I already promised the Eternal Heavenly Sword Schools, Amo Lingtian, that I will help him." Nangong Cheong had not expected Xiao Qin to reply like this. She frowned slightly. She stood up and paced around the room, muttering something to herself. Soon, she revealed a smile and said, "I got it. I will accompany you 10 days from now." Amo Lingtian is extremely conceited. In his eyes, only the 3 holy masters are comparable to him. You killed the people of his Eternal Heavenly Sword School, and he is seeking you for help. He definitely has malicious intentions. Nangong Cheong's gem-like eyes flickered with a somewhat fanatical light. The more she spoke, the more smoothly she continued. He is definitely using you to pave the way for him. At that time, he will shake you off and kill you without anyone knowing. You and I will work together. With my help, we can turn the tables on him, saving us a lot of effort. Nangong Cheong finished speaking in one breath. Her face filled with excitement as she looked at Xiao Chen with longing. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. At this moment, Nangong Cheong no longer exuded any air of nobility. She looked rather fanatical, not caring about her status at all. "How is it? What do you think?" Nangong Cheong's eyes burned with passion as she urged Xiao Chen to make a decision. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Miss Nangong, you forgot yourself." It looked like Xiao Chen had been fooled by Nangong Cheong's outward appearance. This girl should be of noble birth. That air of hers was not something that could be faked. However, when it came to scheming against someone, she spoke confidently and confidently. She did not realize that anyone who dared to work with her would be betrayed in the blink of an eye. Nangong Cheong recovered her wits. She had a somewhat embarrassed expression on her pretty face. She coughed, and her air returned to normal. The noble air in her blood slowly spread out. However, when Xiao Chen saw her true appearance, he only found it funny. After thinking for a while, he said, "I promise you, you will come with me to meet Emo Lingtian in 10 days. However, you can tell me the specifics now, right? Nangong Cheong smiled faintly and said, I think it is better to let Amo Lingtian tell you 10 days later. I will arrange a place for you to stay for the next few days. That will guarantee your safety. Since Xiao Chen could not get an answer from Nangong Cheong, he did not say anything more. After chatting for a while, he left. Faint ripples appeared in space in a gorgeous room. Then, an old woman walked out with a sullen expression. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. She asked in a hoarse voice, Miss, why not use the people of the main clan? That is too dangerous. Nangong Cheong smiled faintly and replied softly, that is not the case. The core grave of the Stargrave Palace requires a physical body cultivator. Xiao Qin is the most suitable candidate. When the grave opens this time, not only will the descendants of the heavenly rock race come, but the true inheritors of the 6 great sects and some of the nearby fiend race geniuses will also receive the news. At that time, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. If the Nangong clan's identity is exposed, they will definitely surround and attack us. It is better to hide in Emo Lingtian's team and use this egomaniac as a spear. After the auction ended, Xiao Chen received some good news. The one who won the Thunder King's broken mulberry sword was the evil person, Zhong Zhenghao, who competed with Xiao Qin for the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Chapter 754. Rumor had it that after Zhong Zhenghao obtained the broken sword, he left the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's territory and was immediately attacked by the other martial sages. Zhong Zhenghao was too busy to deal with Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Chen would definitely come for the broken sword of the Thunderwood Sword. His grudge with Zhong Zhenghao would not end here. I hope that you can escape this calamity and help me keep it safe for a while. Xiao Chun smiled gently and gave Zhong Zhenghao his blessings. Then he started to seriously read the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. An unknown storm brewed. The heroes everywhere were sharpening their weapons, no matter what it was for. Xiao Chen was already involved. If he wanted to protect himself and obtain benefits, he needed to improve his strength further. The only way to increase his strength in a short time was the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist in his hand. This time, when Xiao Chen flipped through the golden pages, he let his mental energy pour in like a gushing river, not stopping it. As Xiao Chen infused his mental energy, the pages gave off a bright, dazzling golden light. The pages flipped automatically. According to the distant legends, deities descended from the light. Majestic music played on the battlefield. This was an epic legend. As the people sang it, it was passed down through the ages. Without needing to memorize it, the various moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist imprinted themselves in Xiao Chen's mind. The distant legends of the ancient deity race also presented a magnificent, boundless, and majestic picture before Xiao Chen. The radiance of deities and some of the mysteries of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist complementing each other. When Xiao Chen completely drained his mental energy, the page stopped in the middle. There were still 3 moves on the latter half of the page that he had not flipped through. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed continuously. It flickered with a faint, majestic light, rampaging wildly within. Without needing to comprehend it at all, Xiao Chen completely understood the mysteries of the first 4 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen started to absorb these mysteries. After a while, he opened his eyes. The light was no longer dimmed. However, his pitch-black eyes seemed even more filled with intelligence. As Xiao Chen's gaze paused on the pages of the secret manual, he felt that it was a pity. If he had more mental energy, he would have been able to comprehend the last few moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. He gently flipped through the pages with his fingers, but no light appeared. After reading through the entire content, he was still confused and had no idea what to do. The deity race's martial techniques are truly incredible. As long as one has sufficient mental energy, one can directly comprehend the mysteries within. Without spiritual power, Even if I look at it, I won't have a clue. Xiao Chen closed the secret manual again. Still not satisfied, he said, "If only I could read the last 3 moves in one go." If an outsider heard this, they would probably go mad with anger. With the mental strength of an ordinary martial artist, they would be overjoyed to be able to see a complete move. This fellow had seen 4 moves in one go, yet he was still not satisfied. Even the peerless geniuses of the god race would be inferior to Xiao Chen in this realm. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was so dissatisfied. He was really not afraid of the wrath of the heavens and the people. The myriad heaven divine fist had a total of 7 moves. Each move was incredibly strong. They were distant legend, radiance of deities, deities descending, chains of deities, eternal myth, dusk of deities, and the final move, burial of deities. Xiao Chen did not have enough mental strength to see the last 3 moves. He could only plan for them in the future. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen stretched his body and prepared to practice the first move of the myriad heaven divine fist, distant legend. After taking a deep breath and recovering some of his mental strength, Xiao Chen started to circulate the distant legend. The various mysteries of the divine fist appeared in Xiao Chen's mind without much thought. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Chen's pitch-black eyes. A resonant poem resounded in the world. It sounded like countless believers were singing in praise, praising the legendary deities. The poem was holy and resonant, flowing continuously. When they merged together, it traversed the river of stars and time, reaching the other side. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes grew denser. His entire body was covered in light. His vital qi, veritable essence energy, and mental energy drained rapidly. Vaguely, Xiao Chen seemed to sense the deep gazes of the deities in the heavenly kingdom, far beyond the other side. That was a distant legend. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt it personally. The energy traversed the distance between time and space and the other side, pouring into his body. Xiao Chen soared into the air and punched. His fist whistled, and the sound it gave off overlapped with the holy song. Space trembled, and the golden light immediately burst out, filling the air and turning it into a golden canvas that lingered for a long time. Xiao Chen gently turned around and landed on the ground. When he saw the dense golden light in the air, joy appeared in his eyes. In that earlier punch, Xiao Chen's mental energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy actually merged together, forming a new energy. If someone had stood in front of him earlier, the light from his fist would have been enough to turn that person into dust. Xiao Chen did not stop to rest. He continued practicing the second move of the myriad heaven divine fist. Distant legend, the deities of the other side. I pray in my heart, praying for the deities to send down their radiance to wash away the boundless darkness and sin of this world. On the other side of space and time, the many gazes that Xiao Chen sensed earlier all focused on him. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, beams of golden light carrying vast and majestic energy traversed the boundless space and time, breaking through the void for thousands of kilometers, gathering on Xiao Chen's body. The golden light on Xiao Chen's body did not fade. His hair fluttered in the wind, scattering golden motes of light. The instant the light descended, Xiao Chen instantly attacked, punching the void again. Boom! Silently, the golden light flowed along Xiao Chen's fist and formed a huge and dazzling pillar of light. Then it shot forward, opening a golden passageway. Everywhere the pillar of light passed, all obstacles turned to dust. This was the radiance of the deities, deities descending. For the third move of the myriad heaven divine fist, a golden figure appeared high in the sky. It tore through the barrier of the sky and scattered the boundless clouds. Then it landed on Xiao Chen's body with a whoosh. Instantly, Xiao Chen's aura soared. As his clothes fluttered, it seemed like everything bowed to him. As he walked, heaven and earth trembled. The energy in Xiao Chen's body soared for no reason. Deities descending seemed to have the same effect as the strength character art's 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Both could instantly multiply one's combat prowess. The difference was that the strength character art was more tyrannical, directly increasing one's combat prowess by 33-fold. Even if one's veritable essence energy could not bear it, it would not just increase it by 2 or 3 times. Once executed, it would increase one's combat prowess by 33-fold. If one's physical body was not strong enough, even if one killed the enemy, one would be exhausted, losing all combat prowess. This was also why Shao Chun would not execute the strength character art unless he had no other choice. As for deities descending, although it was not as tyrannical and exaggerated as 33-fold combat prowess, it used the power of an ancient deity king, so the burden on one's body was not as great. Bang! Shao Chen's aura soared continuously. His expression remained calm as he punched the ground ferociously. There was no earth-shattering sound. 100-meter-wide pit silently appeared in the ground. There was no dust filling the air. The force of one punch directly crushed all the dust into nothing. Shao Chun withdrew his fist, and a divine light immediately shot out from his body, shooting into the sky like a meteor. Shao Chen's aura plummeted, and the originally vast and boundless energy instantly scattered. The force of one punch can bring out about 10-fold combat prowess. It is far inferior to the strength character art. However, it is more useful to me now. Shao Chen analyzed calmly as he looked at the deep pit in the ground. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he said, "With this punch, I can defeat Wu Yuankai, who only has 1/3 of his veritable essence energy left." The myriad heaven divine fist did not exhaust much veritable essence energy. It relied on vital qi and mental energy. The mental energy in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness still had more than 1 million kilograms of force. However, he had not developed it sufficiently, not to mention mental energy. Just vital qi alone could already exert 1 million kilograms of force. However, Shao Chen still used the superior grade Earth ranked Dragon Claw Fist, which could no longer keep up with his progress. Today, the myriad heaven divine fist utilized the 2 great treasures in Shao Chen's body to their fullest potential. Retracting his gaze, Shao Chen looked calmly to the front and circulated the 4th move of the myriad heaven divine fist. As he circulated his mental energy and vital qi drained. 99 golden chains appeared out of nowhere behind Shao Chen. Divine scripts flowed on the golden chains. As they spun, they looked like long dragons carrying an overwhelming aura as they charged forward. They were like a vast army, vast and mighty. With a thought from Shao Chen, the 99 golden chains vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The greatest use of the divine chains was for sealing. Without a strong target, it would be hard to test out its might without actual combat. After executing the 4th move, Shao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. After all, there were some mysteries that he knew in his heart. However, only by putting them into action could he truly understand them. After a long time, Shao Chen opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were clear. He entered deep thought. The myriad heaven divine fist should still be lacking something. However, he could not figure out what exactly it was. Based on Shao Chen's understanding, the might of this fist technique should be far beyond this. In the future, when he advanced to martial sage, he might be able to see even further. Perhaps he might be able to touch the other side of the starry heavens, the distant legend of the deity race's heavenly nation that never faded. 5 days later, Nan Gongqiong removed her extravagant attire and replaced it with plain clothes, concealing the noble aura in her bloodline. Then, she appeared before Shao Chen. She sized up Shao Chen and felt it was strange. After not seeing him for 5 days, Shao Chen seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. However, his cultivation clearly had not improved much. Nangong Cheong thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Shao Qin, how many moves of the myriad heaven divine fist that you obtained from the auction?" Shao Qin smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not tell Nangong Cheong the truth. This girl's origins were mysterious, and she was very strong. He could not figure her out. Furthermore, she was very cunning. She was not as simple as she looked on the surface. When traveling with this girl, he needed to be more careful. "Let's not talk about this. Since you came to look for me, you should be setting off, right?" Nangong Cheong was rather tactful. Since Shao Chen was not willing to say, she did not pursue the matter. She only made a mental note of it. Then she smiled and said, "That's right. With our speed, we should be able to reach the eternal Heavenly Sword School in 5 days." Chapter 755. Shao Qin tidied himself up and asked casually, "Aren't you afraid that Mo Lingtian will recognize you if you go to the eternal Heavenly Sword School like this?" Nangong Cheong smiled and said, "Naturally, I am not afraid. I have only been in Hunluo City for a month or so. Don't worry." Indeed, it was as Shao Qin had guessed. This woman should be a high-ranking member of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's headquarters, and not an insignificant supremacy of the local flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Not long after stepping out of the courtyard, Shao Qin sensed that someone was watching him. Nangong Cheong also frowned slightly and said, "You really have a lot of troubles. Should we deal with them first?" Shao Chen's expression did not change as he guessed who it was. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "There is no need to care. He is waiting for me to leave the city, and I am also waiting for him." After leaving the city and traveling 50 kilometers, Shao Chen's pupils constricted on a remote path. As expected, he saw Wu Yuankai with a ferocious expression and surging killing chi. Wu Yuankai wore a pair of dark gold gloves. As he looked at Shao Qin, his face twitched. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You are really bold. You left the city in less than 10 days. Do you really think that I was just joking? Why is this fellow so daring? Can't he see that I'm standing together with Nangong Cheong?" Shao Chen thought, finding it strange. However, Shao Qin discovered that Nangong Cheong was smiling faintly. At some point in time, she had already moved a kilometer away. Her arms were crossed over her chest, as if this matter did not concern her. "This woman, today I have nothing to fear. Let's see what else you can do. Die." Before Shao Chen could think, Wu Yuankai had already charged over with a flourishing aura. His fist swept out wildly, and many sinister underworld rivers surged over. Shao Chen's eyes flickered. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the attack. Wu Yuankai had been suppressing his anger for so many days, and this was the time when his aura was at its peak. He would let him vent his anger first. Bang, bang, bang. The nether rivers covered in black energy danced in the air like raging dragons. The cries of vengeful spirits echoed endlessly, as if a terrifying purgatory had descended upon the mortal realm. Wu Yuankai's black hair was scattered, and his expression was ferocious. He glared at Shao Qin, who was dodging all over the place and chased after him. His fist, which was wrapped in a pair of dark gold gloves, shot out a power that caused the air to tremble, rumbling nonstop. "White-robed brat, weren't you very powerful that day? Why are you so timid now?" Rage burned in Wu Yuankai's heart. He looked at Shao Qin, who was avoiding the fight, and shouted arrogantly and delightedly. As his white robes fluttered, Shao Qin smiled faintly and ignored him. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually swung it, scattering the fist wind. As the nether river filled the sky, Shao Qin rode on the blue dragon image, moving back and forth like the wind. Under Wu Yuankai's wild attacks, huge pits appeared on the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with dust and covering the sun. "Bastard! If you have the guts, then don't run." Relying on the blue dragon cloud's soaring art, Shao Chen flew up and down. Wu Yuankai did his best, sending out all sorts of horrifying attacks. However, they always brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders. At first, Wu Yuankai's delighted shout turned into a roar of rage and dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's heart turned cold. He had already made up his mind to make this person stay, not leaving behind any future problems. Naturally, he would not care about the other party's verbal attacks. It's about time. After another 100 moves, Wu Yuankai's aura ran out. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been suppressing for a long time burst out. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. If I do not make a move, then I will let you shout as you please. However, if I make a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering, incomparably sharp. Xiao Chen stomped on the air with his right foot, and the surging black nether river immediately scattered, turning into black rain falling down. Before Wu Yuankai could react, Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon and soared into the air. Then he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out endlessly. The black nether river, dancing chaotically in the air, scattered like dry weeds before Xiao Chen's soaring saber light. Wu Yuankai's expression turned startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen, who had been suppressing himself for so long, to unleash such a startling might after making his move. Without much time to think, Wu Yuankai moved his fists and materialized the 9 layers of purgatory painting at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. My aura flourishes. The momentum of a true dragon soaring is completely formed. How can the 9 layers of purgatory that you materialized in a hurry block it? In merely the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen scattered the newly formed 9 layers of purgatory. The dragon soared into the sky, its momentum not decreasing. Wu Yuankai cursed. He had no choice but to receive this move head-on. Bang! His protective quintessence nearly shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips as he retreated 100 steps. He glared hatefully at Xiao Chen and immediately launched a counterattack. However, even though Wu Yuankai was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. Since Xiao Chen had already caused his opponent's momentum to plummet, how could he give him a chance to turn things around? Ghostly image chop. The saber light split apart, and Xiao Chen sent out 72 saber lights, forming a sea of lightning that knocked Wu Yuankai back again. Following that, there was another unpredictable saber chi. Wu Yuankai had experienced this before, so he dodged in advance, narrowly dodging the saber chi. The saber chi brushed past him. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. After his first attack failed, Xiao Chen immediately turned around and executed the first move of the dragon's subduing slash, not caring about the quintessence consumption. A blue dragon broke out of the vast sea mysterious phenomenon. Its ferocious roar resounded throughout the world. The 300-meter dragon-shaped saber chi carried a vast dragon might as it hacked at Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai moved back 6 times in a row, repeatedly retreating. He could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood, vomiting it. Then he said in a crazed manner, "Ha ha ha! Come on! Continue! Continue! This old man wants to see how many resources you can squander." Xiao Chen remained silent. He swung his saber 4 more times, sending out a total of 10 blue dragon goes to sea before he stopped. Wu Yuankai, who had been knocked back in the air, was now in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled and his complexion was pale. Blood continuously leaked out of a corner of his lips. In reality, even if the 7 giants used 10 heaven-ranked martial techniques consecutively, they would not fare much better than Wu Yuankai. Nan Gongqiong, who had already retreated 3 kilometers away, revealed a shocked expression. She said, "Is this fellow crazy? No matter how much quintessence he has, He should not use it like this. Wu Yuankai, who was in a sorry state, looked at Xiao Qin, who had sheathed his saber. Then he reared his head back and laughed maniacally. He said, "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Die!" 9 underworld rivers descended from the sky behind Wu Yuankai. His quintessence surged as he charged over with an overwhelming, baleful aura. Myriad heaven divine fist, distant legend. Xiao Qin casually tossed the lunar shadow saber to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Qin's eyes. Suddenly, countless resonant, sagely songs resounded in the air. A vast divine aura radiated from Xiao Qin's body, which gave off a golden glow. Xiao Qin, who had exhausted most of his quintessence, charged over fearlessly at the frenzied Wu Yuankai. As Xiao Qin moved, the sagely songs surrounded him. The gazes of the deities on the other side of the starry heavens opened their eyes and focused on him. Bang! Xiao Qin punched, and his fist merged with the sagely songs. A boundless golden light poured out. In that instant, the 9 sinister underworld rivers, which covered the sky, were illuminated by the light, leaving nowhere to run. Chi. The black underworld rivers were purified into strands of black qi that scattered into the air. Wu Yuankai bore the brunt of the attack. When the light landed on him, it was like a flame burning him up, causing him to cry out in pain. Radiance of deities. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. His black hair gave off a golden light as it fluttered wildly in the air. The gazes of the deities crossed the distance between the starry heavens and the other side and focused on him. Xiao Qin's fist burst forth with a bright light, looking like a small golden sun, dazzling and dazzling. Wu Yuankai had just gotten rid of the golden light on his body. When he saw this piercing golden light, he was so frightened that he paled. Didn't this fellow exhaust his quintessence? How can he still be so powerful? The golden pillar of light turned into a fist wind as it flew forward. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered, but the light did not fade. Wu Yuankai did not dare to be careless. He unleashed all the heavenly sage laws that he had comprehended, quickly materializing a complete underworld river with 9 coils around him. At this moment, Wu Yuankai brought out the might of the blood shadow underworld river fist to its limits. When it clashed with the blazing pillar of light, it gave off a horrifying sound. Shock waves surged out in the air. Nangong Cheong, who was 3 kilometers away, changed her expression slightly. She quickly retreated, and the golden shock waves brushed past her face. If she had retreated any later, she would have been caught up in the shock waves. When she felt the hot wind on her face, her expression turned extremely grave. In a mere 5 days, he learned 2 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist. This fellow is truly unfathomable. However, what shocked Nangong Cheong even more was that when Wu Yuankai faced Xiao Qin, who executed the light of deities, he felt like leaving. After clashing head-on several times, Wu Yuankai was severely injured. Originally, he thought that after Xiao Qin exhausted his quintessence, he could do whatever he wanted to him. However, he did not know where Xiao Qin learned such a horrifying fist technique. As Xiao Qin watched Wu Yuankai flee in a sorry state, his lips curled up, he said in a low voice, "It is already too late to think of running now." Deities descending. The golden image of a deity sovereign tore through the barrier of the sky for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like a divine light entering Xiao Qin's body. Instantly, Xiao Qin's aura soared. He gave off a bright light, and everything in the world prostrated themselves in worship. Even Nangong Cheong's mental state changed somewhat. The image of Xiao Qin in her eyes was like a deity, deterring all thoughts of resistance. Bang! Xiao Qin pushed off the air and the entire space shook. Cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern on the ground, forming bottomless ravines. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Qin caught up to the fleeing Wu Yuankai in an instant. Berserk energy burst out from his fist. Wu Yuankai could not resist at all. With one punch, his body exploded into a shower of blood, filling the air. The divine light in Xiao Chen's body faded away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Yuankai's spatial ring and the pair of valuable dark gold gloves into his universe ring. With a casual wave, the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground returned to Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he gently landed before Nangong Cheong. Pa! 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 A cheerful smile appeared on Nangong Cheong's face. She clapped her jade-like hands and said, "Young Master Xiao is very skilled. No wonder you dared to challenge by Wuxue." After watching the show for so long, Xiao Qin only said this. He could not feel happy about having this woman as his companion. Chapter 756. After the two of them left, they did not know that in the clouds 3,000 meters in the sky, a pair of pearl-like eyes had seen everything that had just happened. Whoosh! In the clouds, little heavenly monkey, the genius of the Fiend Domain's giant ape race, gently landed on the ground. Looking at the cobweb-like ravines on the ground, Feng's frivolous face revealed a grave expression under his messy hair. This fellow's myriad heaven divine fist is actually much stronger than several of the young deity race experts. There is also that girl. If I am not wrong, she should be a descendant of a hidden sovereign clan. Feng raised his head and watched the two leave. His lips curled up slightly as he said, "However, this is good as well." Snatching the great rock's spreading wings, painting peace from the trash of the 6 great sects is simply too boring. However, he would have to postpone his promise to his first uncle. Feng pushed off the ground and instantly moved 1 kilometer forward. There was no wind or waves, no sound at all as he vanished from where he was. 5 days later, Xiao Chen and Nangong Cheong arrived at the gate at the foot of the eternal Heavenly Sword School. It was a continuous mountain range that towered into the clouds. Spiritual mist spread throughout the mountain range, giving off a refreshing smell. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they would feel refreshed. When one looked up, there was an indistinct spiritual light between the mountain peaks, forming rings of different colors in the sky. The rings of light were hidden in the clouds, appearing and disappearing, adding to the mystery. Xiao Qin looked around and said, "I did not expect this eternal heavenly sword school to have more than 10 rank 4 spirit veins in the main peak." Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. They could produce superior grade spirit stones. 10 rank 4 spirit veins could produce a large number of rank 4 spirit stones in a year. Nangong Cheong's lips curled up as she said, "Your horizons are really extraordinary. Of these 10 peak spirit veins, none of them are of high quality. Only the main peak has a high quality peak spirit vein. Such a huge rank 8 sect does not even have a holy spirit vein. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is only SOSO. At the foot of the mountain was a vast drill ground. More than 1,000 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect disciples were practicing the lightning light, fleeing shadows, sword technique. Sparks of lightning leaped on the swords. As the sword lights danced, they guided the thunder clouds materialized by the state of thunder above their heads. More than 1,000 disciples executed the same sword technique, and it was the same concept. Every single move could easily cause wind and thunder and lightning to rumble. The scene looked extremely grand, giving off a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, if a martial sage wanted to barge in forcefully, he would definitely be beaten back miserably. Nangong Cheong looked at the thousands of inner sect disciples on the drill ground with mighty auras. She smiled meaningfully and said, "What a great thunder light fleeing shadow sword." Unfortunately, the only thing worth praising in this eternal heavenly sword school is not your own. As Xiao Qin looked at this girl, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This Nangong Cheong seemed to have a great background. Unexpectedly, She knew that the Thunder King created this thunder light, fleeing shadow sword. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, looked at the huge statue of the eternal heavenly sword sage on the drill ground. She was stunned. She had not expected the eternal heavenly sword sage to be this person. Little Ao Jiao, do you recognize who that eternal heavenly sword sage is? Ao Jiao's voice turned somewhat cold as she replied. This person came to the Kunlun realm together with the Thunder King. Sang Mu took good care of him and had a deep friendship with him. How could he claim all the martial techniques that the Thunder King created for himself? Mo Lingtian is here. You know what to say later, right? Nangong Cheong suddenly said. Xiao Qin stood outside the mountain gates and looked in. Mo Lingtian led a group of people through the drill ground, heading towards the two of them in a grandiose manner. Mo Lingtian must have made arrangements long ago, sending people to guard Xiao Qin at the foot of the mountain. Hence, before the two of them entered the mountain gates, Mo Lingtian came out. After leaving the mountain gates, Mo Lingtian led the group of people over to Xiao Qin. His handsome face did not reveal any expression as he said casually, "You are here." As Mo Lingtian spoke, he gave off an aloof attitude. It was as though he was giving Xiao Chen a lot of face by letting him come. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He nodded casually and sized up the 5 old men behind the old man without anyone noticing. The 5 old men all had deep auras. They were half-sages. Furthermore, they were half-sages who comprehended heavenly sage laws, only slightly weaker than Wu Yuankai. Who is she? I don't think I asked you to bring anyone else. When Mo Lingtian saw Nangong Cheong behind Xiao Qin, his expression changed, and he spoke in an extremely displeased tone. Xiao Qin and Nangong Cheong had already arranged what to say. He smiled faintly and said, "This is a friend who came with me from the Sky Dome realm. Her strength is equal to mine. With her accompanying me, I will definitely be able to help you better." Mo Lingtian snorted coldly and sized up Nangong Cheong with a playful gaze. He said coldly, "Xiao Qin, you overestimate yourself. Is someone who is equal to you considered an expert? What do you think I am going to do? I can bring anyone. Bringing you is already breaking the rules. To think that you dare to take the liberty of bringing someone else." Xiao Qin even felt like dying. Not only did Mo Lingtian call him to be a free fighter, but he even showed such an annoying expression. This Mo Lingtian was truly the best of the best. Just as Xiao Chen was about to lose control, Nangong Cheong stepped forward and smiled faintly, releasing some of her aura. Mo Lingtian's expression immediately changed. He said, "A half-sage. I nearly misjudged you. If you can block a palm strike for me, I can bring you along." After Mo Lingtian spoke, he stretched out his right palm. Electricity leaped around his palm, carrying the might of thunder as he sent it towards Nangong Cheong. Mo Lingtian attacked in the time it took for a spark to fly, without any warning. However, Nangong Cheong did not panic at all. She calmly sent out a palm strike. Bang! The 2 palms clashed, and a strong wind immediately surged out, fluttering the clothes of the surrounding people. The dust on the ground also kicked up in that instant. Amidst the dust, Mo Lingtian staggered and stepped back. He almost lost his balance and fell down. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen noticed the image of a pagoda appear around Mo Lingtian. Then Mo Lingtian withdrew his hand and returned it to his dantian. The instant the pagoda appeared, Mo Lingtian immediately stabilized his retreat. When the dust settled, he appeared calm and unruffled, retreating very elegantly. Shock flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Not bad. You can block a palm strike that I used 50% of my strength with your full strength. You are qualified to come with me." Lingtian, this woman's origins are unknown. Should we reconsider? One of the old men behind Mo Lingtian sent a voice projection with a suspicious gaze. Hee, it's fine. A full power strike is only SOSO. I already refined the Sage Grade Pagoda. It will be easy for me to crush these two. And Mo Lingtian appeared extremely confident. He continued to send a voice projection. After this matter is over, kill Xiao Qin and leave this woman alive. She is still of some use. The 5 old men thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. Even without Mo Lingtian, if the 5 of them worked together, these 2 would not be able to cause any trouble. Xiao Qin asked secretly Nangong Cheong, "How much of your strength did you use earlier?" Nangong Cheong smiled craftily and replied with a voice projection, "About 30 to 40%. Xiao Qin wondered what Mo Lingtian would think if he heard Nangong Cheong's words. The full power strike that he thought was only 30 to 40% of Nangong Cheong's strength. At the same time, a similar scene played out at the foot of the mountains of the 6th-rank 8 sects of Hanluo province. The top true inheritors of the various sects led several half-sage elders down the mountains in high spirits. In an inn near the flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hanluo City, Xianyu, Bai, and the others gathered to discuss the same matter. Aside from the 4 people that Xiao Qin saw back then, there was also a middle-aged man with a deep cultivation and a grave and stern expression. Xianyu said respectfully to this person, "Second uncle, the Heavenly Rock Race's people should have made their move already, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. This time, for the sake of opening the Star Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock Race put in a lot of effort. All the remaining experts of the race are mobilized." Jiang Zimo said sullenly, "In the history of the Fiend domain since the ancient era, the Heavenly Rock King is one of the top 10 sovereign Fiend Emperors. His grave palace will definitely be filled with danger. If we are not careful, we will fall." The middle-aged man said, "The grave palace itself is not dangerous. The cultivators that will come after hearing the news are the greatest problem. However, for the sake of the great rock, spreading wings, painting, and the other treasures that might be in the grave palace, this risk is worth it." After the group discussed for a while, they all went their separate ways and made their final preparations. Only the middle-aged man and Xian Yu remained in the room. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian Yu and smiled. "Unexpectedly, you managed to pull Bai out this time. I heard that the Fox King has taken a fancy to Bai and intends to adopt her as his daughter. If you manage to obtain this girl, it will be equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Fox King. Your future will be limitless. Our Xian clan's position in the Spirit Fox race will be even more stable." Xian Yu smiled, feeling very pleased. "She is just a little girl. It will be easy for me to capture her. She comprehended the sword heart and even cultivates a mysterious cultivation technique. Her appearance and aura are even better than the young Wang Fei's. If I can obtain her, not only will the Fox King look at me in a new light, but there will also be countless benefits. It might even be possible for me to become the future Fox King." At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Qin finally learned from Mo Lingtian what this trip was about. The Heavenly Rock King was a sovereign Fiend Emperor of the Fiend domain's Heavenly Rock race. Before he died, he infused his comprehensions of cultivation into a great rock spreading wings painting. When the Heavenly Rock King was alive, he found a star in the boundless starry river and refined it into a palace. After he died, it became his grave palace. The great rock spreading wings painting was in this grave palace. However, when the great rock spreading wings painting was formed, the experts of the Heavenly Rock race actually started killing each other over the painting. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. If one could obtain the lifetime comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor, it would be of heaven-defying help to one's cultivation and future cultivation. During the fight, the great rock spreading wings painting was broken into several pieces. The moment the painting scroll crumbled, the moment the painting shattered, the horrifying energy that exploded out instantly blasted the peak martial sages of the Heavenly Rock race fighting for the painting into powder. Chapter 757. At that moment, the Stargrave Palace completely closed. According to the Heavenly Rock King's plan, no one above Martial Sage could enter. The Heavenly Rock King broke through the barrier of the sky and flew into the depths of the boundless starry heavens. Due to the Heavenly Rock King's death, the strong Heavenly Rock race's strength had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the peak cultivators of the race had all died in the fight for the painting. The golden age that the Heavenly Rock King created for the Heavenly Rock race was gone forever. The Heavenly Rock race's strength declined sharply. After a few thousand years, the Heavenly Rock race became the weakest of the 100 races of the Fiend domain. Every 100 years, the Stargrave Palace would pass above the Heavenly Rock race. The Heavenly Rock race had never given up on summoning the Stargrave Palace, praying that it could summon the Heavenly Rock race back to its former glory. There was confirmed news that after several generations of attempts by the Heavenly Rock race, the Heavenly Rock race was really going to summon the Stargrave Palace. As time passed, the once mighty Heavenly Rock race left the bustling areas of the Fiend domain long ago. They moved to the borders of the Fiend domain, to the sand region 4,000 kilometers away from Hunluo province. The sand region was a vast desert, desolate and devoid of life. All sorts of ferocious beasts roamed about. There were only a few small oases. For the Heavenly Rock race to end up in such a state, it was easy to imagine how weak it was. If ordinary people could not travel 4,000 kilometers, they would have to travel for a long time. However, to Mo Lingtian's group, it was not particularly far. In fact, it could be said to be very close. Flying skillfully allowed them to travel thousands of kilometers in a day. 8 days later, a seemingly endless golden desert appeared before the eyes of the 8. Mo Lingtian looked at the surging yellow sand and glanced at Shao Qin behind him. His lips curled up as he said, "There are all sorts of ferocious beasts hiding under this desert. Flame sand snakes, muddy earth lizards, demonic spotted leopards, bone dragons, and many more. There are also the most troublesome gold corroding worms. Shao Qin, your physical body is the strongest. You will lead the way. Send us to the Heavenly Rock race's summoning altar. I will point you in the right direction." Shao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. This fellow is really impolite. Let me just treat it as tempering my physical body. I will settle the score with him later. Looking at Shao Qin, who obediently came forward, the corners of Mo Lingtian's mouth curled up, revealing a proud smile. What white-robed bladesman! He is like a dog in my hands. Does he really think that he can obtain any benefits? Lingtian, you're really something. What white-robed bladesman! To think that he dares to challenge Bai Wuxue. Before young master, he does not even dare to fart. When the 5 elders behind Mo Lingtian saw this, they immediately started to flatter Mo Lingtian. What do the 7 giants count for? I, Tianzhong, am outstanding. In the future, when I control the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, I will definitely become the Eternal Heavenly Emperor and shake the Kunlun realm with my might. Elders, let's go. The few of them sent voice transmissions to each other. Although they did not say it out loud, Nangong Qiong heard everything clearly. When she heard Mo Lingtian's final words, she nearly burst out laughing. Wu Yuankai, one of the insufferably arrogant 10 great evildoers of Hunluo City, could only be beaten up by Shao Qin. It was unknown where Mo Lingtian got his confidence to look down on Shao Qin like this. Bang, bang, bang. The blazing sun hung overhead, and yellow sand covered the ground. Occasionally, ferocious beasts leaped out of the sand. Shao Qin did not hesitate. He executed the Dragon Claw Fist and killed these ferocious beasts one by one. As Shao Qin walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. As his fists and claws moved, dragons roared endlessly. Unless it was a ferocious beast above rank 9, most ferocious beasts would find it hard to survive more than 10 moves from Shao Qin. As Shao Chun practiced his punches and kicks on the scalding sand, he gained a lot. In the past, Xiao had always cultivated on flat ground. The more complicated ones were grasslands and forests. He had never practiced in a harsh environment like the desert before. The blazing sun of the Kunlun realm was several times larger than that of the Sky Dome realm. This was the first time Xiao experienced its might. Without clouds to block the blazing sun, Xiao clothes were completely soaked in sweat in less than 2 hours. He looked like he had just been fished out of a river. Xiao Chen's body suffered a torment for no apparent reason. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely stop and rest properly, using his quintessence to block the sun and let himself feel better. However, Xiao felt an incomparable carefree feeling. Under the blazing sun, he circulated his vital qi at full power. The integration of his muscles, bones, and blood seemed to have improved by another level. It felt like he could break through the shackles of a rank one sage body at any moment. Xiao rejoiced in his heart. He could not help but put in even more effort to kill the ferocious beasts blocking his way. Mo Lingtian looked at the sweating, murderous Xiao a kilometer away. He mocked. Indeed, a country bumpkin from the Sky Dome realm. The sun of the Kunlun realm is the strongest yang-attributed flame in the 3,000 great realms. Without clouds to block the sun, an ordinary person would die after being exposed to the sun for 2 hours. Given our cultivation, even if we were exposed to the sun without caring about the exhaustion, we would still end up with fire poison. If not for that, why would this young master care about a few bugs blocking the way? The 5 eternal Heavenly Sword School Intersect elders also had mocking expressions on their faces as they echoed the elder's words. Nangong Cheong was very experienced. Naturally, she knew that Xiao was not stupid. It was impossible for him not to feel the might of the Kunlun realm sun. There had to be a reason for him to kill the ferocious beasts blocking the way so desperately. Indeed, after observing for a long time, Nangong Cheong finally discovered the secret behind it. She could not help feeling startled. This fellow actually used the Kunlun realm's sun to temper his body. Furthermore, it seemed to be very effective. It was laughable that Mo Lingtian and the others mocked Xiao as a country bumpkin, truly ignorant. With Xiao leading the charge, Mo Lingtian and the others had it easy. They only needed to deal with the occasional fish that slipped through the net. 3 days later, the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. Suddenly, he felt very relaxed. It was like he had just put down a heavy burden. My rank 1 sage body has advanced to rank 2. Xiao Chen casually punched and exploded a flame sand snake that leaped out. Then he revealed an expression of joy as he squinted at the blazing sun in the sky. Xiao Chen broke through the bottleneck of his rank 1 sage body. This was a pleasant surprise. Mo Lingtian, who was a kilometer away, did not notice the changes in Xiao Chen. As he fought with the ferocious beasts, all sorts of sounds rang out. These sounds were much more intense than the crackling of Xiao Chen's bones. Furthermore, Mo Lingtian did not care about Xiao Chen at all. He felt that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen stopped advancing. The figures of the heavenly rock race, cultivators, finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Mo Lingtian met up with Xiao Chen. As he looked at the 2 heavenly rock race, cultivators patrolling in front, he smiled sinisterly and said, "We have arrived. After holding it in for so long, it is time to vent." A purple crystal, soared about 2 fingers wide, appeared from Mo Lingtian's sleeve. He grasped the sword hilt, and suddenly, a boundless lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered under his feet. Boom! An electric light exploded under Mo Lingtian's feet. His body turned into a bolt of purple lightning and soared into the sky. He was so fast that the naked eye could not catch him. When the lightning disappeared into the horizon, Mo Lingtian's figure landed beside the two heavenly rock race cultivators. Electric light leaped around the purple crystal sword, and a sword light flickered. Two heads flew off with a schwa sound. The two heavenly rock race cultivators did not even have a chance to cry out before they were killed. The 5 old men quickly flew over and smiled. Young Master's thunder steps are indeed superb. In an instant, you crossed 2 kilometers. Xiao Chen recalled the process of Mo Lingtian executing thunder steps in his mind. After a while, he felt like he had gained something. He felt that this movement technique had many redeeming qualities. Xiao Chen stood beside Mo Lingtian. 5 kilometers below the sand dune, the Heavenly Rock Race's army had already split into a few groups, guarding the surroundings. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense passed through the groups and reached the core, which he could not see with his eyes. Then he saw a vast and complicated formation. 49 dazzling clumps of light leaped around the nodes of the complicated formation. The overwhelming spiritual energy formed pillars of light soaring into the sky. What a fellow! No wonder he dared to say that he would succeed. He actually gathered 49 peak spirit veins and moved all the spirit veins' origins over. For the sake of this summoning of the Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock Race probably spent all the savings of the race on it. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. In the center of the formation was an altar filled with an ancient aura. A young man wearing golden armor stood in the middle of the altar. He exuded a sharp aura and a heroic aura. This young man glanced at the surrounding sand dunes. There were people hiding behind them with malicious intentions. His lips curled up in a sinister smile, showing that he did not care. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. A strange thought popped up in his mind. Could the Heavenly Rock Race have purposely leaked the news this time? Mo Lingtian looked around and sized up the place. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There are really many familiar faces here to join in the excitement. The Bone Mausoleum Halls Wangying, the Soaring Serpent Mansions Zhuo Guangyan, the Blood Shadow Sects Tung Peng, the Heavenly Tiger Sects Yun Feiyang, and the Magnificent Fiend Hall Xiang Fei. There are also several fiend domain geniuses who came from afar. Unfortunately, they will return disappointed." As Mo Lingtian spoke, he seemed to be very proud of himself. Xiao Qin and Nangong Qiong directly ignored Mo Lingtian's words. They sent voice projections to each other, discussing how to find an opportunity to deal with these eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sages after they entered. As night fell, the 49 pillars of light in the formation became even brighter in the dark night. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a resplendent star that was clearly different from the others. It slowly moved across the sky, getting closer to the altar. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Their eyes blazed as they quietly waited for the star to fall. The star that belonged to the Heavenly Rock King was at its most resplendent in the dark night. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock King's star was at its most resplendent and dazzling. As it moved 5,000 kilometers in an instant, it looked incredibly slow in the eyes of the people below. A hopeful light appeared in Bai's bright eyes, revealing an incredibly determined expression. Bai Chan muttered to herself, "This is the Star Grave Palace. If I can obtain the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, I will not have to look at elder brother Xiao Chen's back anymore." Back then, during the 5-Nation Youth Competition, Xiao Qin defeated all the outstanding talents and was once the King Grade True Dragon. While Bai felt incredibly happy for Xiao Qin, she also felt a trace of loneliness as she looked at Xiao Chen walking in front. She had been cultivating in the Heavenly Fiend Palace for a long time, but the distance between her and Xiao Qin had widened. At that time, Bai Chun swore to herself that she would catch up to her elder brother Xiao Qin. Then, Bai would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him and not just look at Xiao Chen's back anymore. Chapter 758. I can definitely do it. Bai Qin clenched her fair hands tightly. She had suffered a lot in the past 2 years. She would definitely be able to make her elder brother Xiao Qin look at her in a different light. Xian Yu stretched out his hand to place it on Bai's shoulder. He revealed a smile and said, "Later, when the grave palace falls, Bai, just follow behind me." Bai smiled faintly and dodged Xian Yu's hand. She said, "Thank you, elder brother Xian Yu. At that time, elder brother Xian, you had better protect yourself. Bai will not let you worry about me." Xian Yu pulled back his hand that missed. An indiscernible rage flashed on his handsome face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Very well. However, if you need help, just let me know immediately." The dazzling star, the heavenly rock king who had fallen long ago. However, the grave palace still allowed him to shine. Even after thousands of years, it could still attract the attention of many outstanding talents. All this was because he was a sovereign martial emperor, the king of emperors. Nangong Cheong looked around and frowned slightly. Then she sent a voice projection to Xiaoqin. "This time, even if you and I work together, we might not be able to suppress everyone. Aside from the trash of the 6 great factions, unexpectedly, there are other people." Seeing Xiao Chen's doubts, Nangong Cheong placed her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. A strange energy spread out, and a scene in the distance appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was as if he could touch it. "This is," Nangong Cheong smiled and said, "heaven and earth audiovisual art." The scene changed and fixed on a beautiful youth in white. Nangong Cheong said, "This is a genius cultivator of the silver moon spirit fox race. He is not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. He is not someone that Mo Lingtian can compare to. The girl beside him is a peak genius of the silver moon spirit fox race that rose to fame in the past year. She possesses a supreme cultivation technique of the fiend race from the Immortal epoch. Her appearance and talent are 1 in 10,000. She even caught the eye of the Fox King. She is known as one of the 3 great beauties of the fiend domain. Some of the spirit fiend descendants are interested in her." Xiao Qin couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 2 years, the innocent little girl from back then already had such a reputation. The scene before Xiao Qin changed. A sloppy-looking young man with messy hair and a pair of gem-like eyes appeared in the clouds. Don't be fooled by this person's appearance. He is a genuine monstrous genius from the giant ape race. He is extremely famous in the fiend realm and is known as the Little Heavenly Monkey. Many spirit fiend descendants are inferior to him. Aside from this, Nangong Cheong had overlooked several young fiend race cultivators. They were probably not worthy of her attention. But in reality, none of these people were weaker than the direct disciples of the 6 major sections. Finally, the scene stopped on a sand dune in the distance. On the sand dune stood a young swordsman dressed in black. He had a cold expression and stood as straight as a javelin. The swordsman stood quietly on the sand dune, as if he had merged with the night. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to discover his existence. However, once one discovered him, he would be like a powerful treasure sword, deeply imprinted in one's mind. No matter what, one would not be able to forget him. That swordsman's pitch-black eyes were like black gemstones, even darker than the night, even more lonely and desolate. This is our greatest enemy on this trip. This person is called Yen Shursan. Aside from the people of the 7 giants, no one in the younger generation of your Tianwu domain knows him. Yen was an extremely ancient family name. At the start of the martial epoch, when a human race prospered, the Yen clan was already a sovereign noble clan. By the time the ancient era ended, the Yen clan had already existed for more than 50,000 years. Nangong Cheong continued. He is the scion of a sovereign noble clan, the Yen clan. I really can't figure out why he is not cultivating in the profound domain, but here. He mainly cultivates the sword Dao and already has 1 foot in the threshold of martial sage. The great rock spreading wings painting is not very useful to him. The flourishing heaven pavilion was spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Aside from auctions, they also dealt in intelligence. Xiao Chen did not find it strange that Nangong Cheong knew so much. Xiao Chen looked at the golden-armored youth of the heavenly rock race on the altar and asked, "Do you know the origins of that heavenly rock race cultivator wearing golden armor?" Nangong Cheong glanced at him and replied, "This person is called Mingyu, the son of the heavenly rock race's clan head. His talent and strength are not bad. Unfortunately, the heavenly rock race has too few resources. Otherwise, he would be someone on the same level as the little heavenly monkey." Based on Nangong Cheong's words, she did not care about this golden-armored youth. However, Xiao Qin had a different opinion. "The situation is different from what I thought. Mo Lingtian is no longer of any value. Later, you should directly kill him. The sage-grade secret treasure pagoda is yours. I will split 70% of his treasures with you." Originally, Nangong Cheong had intended to use Mo Lingtian to hide her identity to prevent being surrounded. However, now that a few people with backgrounds no weaker than hers arrived, there was no longer a need to hide her identity. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Interesting. Since I am going to make a move, you still want to take 70%? Nangong Cheong raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. The sage-grade pagoda is yours. You take 70% of the treasures, and I will split 30. I fell for it. This girl is just digging a hole for me. Without doing anything, she obtained 30% of Mo Lingtian's treasures. Interacting with this girl is really worrisome. Xiao Qin later, when the Star Grave Palace falls, we will do the same. You will take the lead and help us carve out a path," Mo Lingtian said casually. Mo Lingtian said casually, as if he was giving orders to the world. However, he did not know that Xiao Chun and Nangong Cheong had already ignored him. They were secretly discussing how to split the treasures after killing him. As the two spoke, the resplendent star outside the barrier of the sky completely overlapped with the direction of the altar. The heavenly rock race elders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately took action, quickly forming hand seals. The complicated formation lit up with a boundless light. The 49 spirit veins' origins drained at a visible rate. When the spirit veins' origins were completely drained, a boundless suction suddenly came from the altar, locking down the Star Grave Palace in the sky. In the next moment, the Star Grave Palace descended at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it touched the barrier of the sky. A bright, fiery light blazed in the night sky, blazing fiercely. It was a wondrous scene, magnificent and magnificent. As the fiery light spread, the Star Grave Palace broke through the barrier of the sky, slowly appearing before everyone's eyes. Boom! 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 Countless fiery lights shot out like meteors, shooting across the vast, desolate desert and exploding in a chain of horrifying sounds. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they looked at the sky. A small castle-like grave palace floated in the air, looking like it would fall at any moment. Whoosh! 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 The 1,000-odd heavenly rock race cultivators all shot up, quickly flying towards the entrances of the grave palace. The other cultivators who had been waiting outside for a long time all flew over as well. Several incredible people even rushed into the entrances ahead of the heavenly rock race cultivators. Lights of various colors flickered in the night sky. The scene turned chaotic. Mo Lingtian frowned slightly. It looked like the grave palace was about to land, but Xiao Chun did not move at all. He shouted angrily, "Xiao Qin, didn't I tell you to open a path for us? Are you tired of living? Why are you still not moving?" As Mo Lingtian spoke, Xiao Qin moved. However, This action startled the eternal heavenly sword school's half-sage elders. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Bang! Without giving Mo Lingtian any chance to react, Shao Qin, who was very close, directly executed deities descending and punched Mo Lingtian's head, turning it into a shower of blood. Mo Lingtian, who had always been arrogant and did not care about Shao Qin, died just like that from Shao Qin's punch that multiplied his combat prowess tenfold. It was direct and efficient, extremely miserable. The other 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sage elders immediately felt dizzy. Why did the white-robed bladesman, who did whatever he was told to do earlier, attack Mo Lingtian so boldly? Furthermore, when Shao Qin attacked, he erupted with a horrifying aura and a surging golden fist wind, completely suppressing everyone present. By the time they reacted, Shao Qin had already stretched out his hand to grab the sage grade pagoda that flew out of Mo Lingtian's body and put it into his universe ring. You, how bold! How dare you kill the top true inheritor of our eternal heavenly sword school? The 5 eternal heavenly sword school elders pointed at Shao Qin with murderous intent. Boom! The Star Grave Palace landed on the ground. Heaven and earth shook, and an overwhelming sound drowned out the voices of the 5 half-sages. The surging shock waves that followed, filling the air with yellow sand, knocked Shao Qin's group into the air. Although the energy contained in the shock waves was great, they were rather scattered. Although Shao Qin and the others were knocked back, they did not suffer any injuries. The 5 eternal heavenly sword school half-sage elders stabilized themselves and glared at Shao Qin. Their killing chi surged like a vast ocean. Shao Qin, to think that you are so despicable. Earlier, you killed the clan head of a subordinate clan of my eternal heavenly sword school. My clan's disciple was kind and did not make things difficult for you. To think that you repaid kindness with enmity, sneak attacking us. One of the elders exclaimed in rage. They had been relying on Mo Lingtian. In the future, when Mo Lingtian became the sect master of the eternal heavenly sword school, he would give them countless benefits. However, now that Mo Lingtian died, there would definitely be a new top true inheritor. A new emperor would recruit his own subordinates. The new top true inheritor would definitely have his own subordinates. How could there be any benefits for them? You must die. Even if you have the Haoqian sect backing you, we will kill you today. Shao Qin silently circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and laughed loudly. Then he shouted coldly, "What is the point of saying so much? You are all very clear on what you are planning. You want to kill me, but I do not intend to let you leave alive. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want of me?" The 5 were only slightly stronger than Situ Lei and much weaker than Wu Yuankai. Now that Shao Qin had learned a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, why would he care about them? Sagely songs, singing a distant legend. A grand and majestic song rang out. Shao Qin flew forward without hesitation. With every step he took, a golden light shone down. Sagely songs surrounded him, and a holy aura spread out. This is the aura of the deity race's superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. How does he know it? The 5 half-sage elders exchanged looks, unable to hide the shock in their eyes.